Looking for a checking account with no monthly requirements or service charge? People's State Bank's People's Checking Account is just what you're looking for. This account includes free debit card, online and mobile banking, bill pay, and much more at no cost to you. You heard that right. No cost to you. We're your local community bank ready to serve you. People's State Bank. Member FDIC.
24/7, 365. Myers Heating and Cooling is your trusted residential heating and cooling system service provider. Join Myers Comfort Club for peace of mind throughout the year and around the clock. Myers Heating and Cooling in Lancaster. Don't worry, we got this.
Check out Supps.com. Supps is Southwest Wisconsin's go-to supplement store. Find all your favorite supplement brands at the best prices from local people. Fuel your fitness journey. Supps.com, your go-to supplement store with locations in Fennimore and Dubuque.
Welcome to Shannon Marie Photography, where we specialize in turning memories into keepsakes. Based in Southwest Wisconsin, we offer a range of photography services, including weddings, senior portraits, and capturing precious moments with newborns and families. Our portfolio is a testament to the beauty and joy we've had the privilege to capture. Whether it's a bride and groom at sunset, a little boy with a big smile, or a newborn in a basket, we ensure each image is a treasure. Book your session today at shannonmariephoto.com.
Grow your business by enhancing your digital marketing efforts with Queen Bee Radio and Phase 3 Digital. We provide customized solutions based on your business's unique needs, including targeted advertising, website development, and search engine optimization. Contact us at 608-349-2000 or visit p3da.com/Platteville to learn more.
This is a Queen Bee Radio High School sports presentation. Queen Bee Radio proudly brings you Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school sports. Presented by Myers Heating and Cooling and Wolf Construction. And sponsored by Claire Bank, Cuba City Family Dental, Culver's of Dubuque, Galena, and Platteville, Edward Jones representative Ben Reeves and Elena Reeves, Fuller's Milker Center, Nutrition World, the Peterson Agency, Raleigh Cheese, the Shoebox, and Tricor Insurance.
As the immortal Ernie Banks would have said on a day like today, let's play two. Good afternoon, baseball fans, and welcome to Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of the Tim Slack Auction and Realty Baseball Game of the Week, presented by Myers Heating and Cooling, the Myers Home Comfort Store, and Wolf Construction on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. From Fennimore High School, the Cuba City Cubans take on the Fennimore Golden Eagles in a Southwest Wisconsin Activities League baseball doubleheader. From the Wolf Construction broadcast table, I'm Steve Prestigard, along with Tyler Dictatus. And one of the realities of high school spring sports is the need to be nimble in scheduling. These two teams were supposed to play today here and tomorrow in Cuba City. Well, the truth is they were supposed to play at the start of the month and tomorrow in Cuba City. But the weather earlier this month and the anticipated weather tomorrow means it's a doubleheader here. And it's a doubleheader against the two teams that tied for the title in this fall. So an excellent rivalry today, Tyler.
Excellent rivalry and no wiggle room for error for either of these two teams, especially if they have conference title aspirations. These two teams were projected to be contenders at the top of the conference, but when you look at the standings, both teams are in the lower half of the conference heading into play today. But there's multiple doubleheaders in the SWAL today with the potential severe weather that's supposed to be coming in tomorrow night. So for both these teams, Cuba City and Fennimore, both these games must wins for both.
And it is time now for the Raleigh Cheese. Well, in a moment, it'll be time for the Raleigh Cheese pregame show presented by Raleigh Cheese at the intersection of Highways 11 and 23 in the heart of Lafayette County.
Don't forget the cheese. And
our game today brought to you by Claire Bank, where there are 8 convenient locations in Southwest Wisconsin, proud to support our community events. Claire Bank, where they say we can do that, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender. And Timmerman's Talents of Platteville, called Todd Timmerman to find out how you can save and by going green with solar solutions. Timmerman's Talents, Platteville, and TimmermansTalentsLLC.com. Raleigh Cheese pregame show continues on the Queen Bee Sports YouTube channel, and we are joined now by Fennimore coach Brent Seckler. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
It's kind of funny that this is now a doubleheader because of weather or anticipated weather, but kind of good in a sense because this is like two of the biggest rivals in the SWAL, isn't it?
For the last few years, it's certainly been. Yeah, we both had our programs have been pretty good the last few years, and some big games at the end of the season, especially last year. It was a huge game, when we split conference with them. So yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel like your season went? You didn't get as far as you wanted to in the postseason, obviously, but you got a trophy out of it.
We shattered a lot of team records last year, most wins, but of course we did not win a regional championship, and that's what we wanted. But of course we did not win a regional championship. I wish I couldn't remember, but we just couldn't get those 3 outs when we needed to. We had a nice cushion there. I think it was 4 runs in the 7th at home, and we just couldn't put it away. And it is what it is, Sometimes 3 outs is really hard to get.
Yeah,
at the wrong time.
Yes, that's the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah, exactly.
As far as this year, how do you feel like you're playing right now?
I'd rather not be honest. No, I'm just kidding. It's really been a struggle. We had that really nice stretch a couple weeks ago. We scored 10 runs or more in 3 straight games. I really thought we were kind of hitting our marks. And then we came out here and we laid that egg against Riverdale, which I still can't believe because we had just hit the ball so well the night before at Ridge. And they had good pitching. And Cagle came here for Riverdale and threw a gem against us. It was disappointing to say the least. The wind was blowing out, But then the next Monday, we beat Lancaster to squeaker here. That was a great game. We needed a game like that. It was tight. And then we didn't play for a week, of course. And then we had a great win against a very good Dodgeville. And they threw the sophomore, the Johnson kid, and he threw phenomenal. I was shocked at how well he was. And then they threw Holtzman against us, and he came in and he pitched well. But we won, ultimately, which we needed. We didn't do it with many hits, and then we lost a very, very heartbreaker on Tuesday against Darlington, a game that we needed to win or should win. But our bats have been really cold. Our pitching's getting better. Our defense has gotten better. We started off rough the year, but the bats have just been cold. But it's not. We've got the players. We're just being so dang selective, and to say that we've talked about it a lot in the last 24 hours would be an understatement. So we better be swinging at some first pitch fastballs today.
All right, other than that, with the Cubans, they lost a fair amount to graduation. They had a fair amount coming back, though. What about the Cubans will be a challenge today? And other than swinging the bats, what do you need to do today?
They've got some players. They've definitely got some players. I haven't seen them play because, of course, it's a doubleheader, so it's not like we've seen them once, which always makes a doubleheader interesting, especially when we play these guys. They were supposed to be our first conference game of the year, and, of course, with the weather. So, but I've seen a lot of these guys play because a few of them played last year as sophomores, and they're good. I mean, if we let off or if we don't hit well and we strand these guys early in the game, it's going to be tough for us. We're throwing Casey in game 1. Casey's a sophomore. He throws very hard. He pitched a great game against Lancaster a couple weeks ago, and then we're going to throw Ethan in game 2, and he's been pitching very well this year. So, our pitching's there, but ultimately we've got to score runs. We can't put this pressure on our pitchers. Can't put this pressure on our defense. If we get opportunities, if we get a second and third, nobody out, then we need to get both those runs in, and that's what we haven't done the last few days.
All right, thanks a lot and good luck today.
Yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate it.
Brent Seckler, the Fennimore coach. Up next, Cuba City and Fennimore, first of the doubleheader on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Today's game is also brought to you by Breckler Insurance Group for auto, business, farm, home, health, and life insurance. See Steve Landusky at Breckler Insurance in Fennimore. Breckler Insurance, serving southern Wisconsin for over 94 years. And Doolittle's Pub and Eatery in Lancaster. Follow them on Facebook for daily lunch specials. Doolittle's on the Square in Lancaster. Raleigh Cheese pregame show on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Cuba City and Fennimore. As Ernie Banks would have said, let's play 2. And we're joined by Cuba City coach Steve Grammer. Thanks for joining us.
You bet.
Congratulations on 200 wins. In the last 2 years, you guys have been on a pretty amazing run. State title 2 years ago when nobody expected that, and then last year to the sectional final. It's been a nice run for you guys.
It has been a nice run, and I think you look back at that, and that was a group of guys that they bought in, to what what we were preaching, what we were coaching. And at the end of the day, you got to have talent. And those guys were really talented.
Unfortunately, they graduated. Or most of them graduated. So what kind of team do you feel like you have this year at this point?
We had a lot of guys that were around those guys, and they learned, they saw what you have to do. And we had Braden Joel, we had Tyson Richard that were part of those teams in one way or the other a couple of years ago, and they were part of it last year. We had some young guys that are now juniors that were a part of that last year too. So they've seen it, and I always think that if you can be around guys that are really good and what it takes to win, that's going to rub off on you.
So how do you feel like you're playing right now?
I think we're getting there. I think we still got some things that we need to do. We got to clean up. You always want to be a little better with two-out hitting. We got to improve that. But I thought the last 3-4 games, our defense has really started to come on that. That's where we hang our hat, and that's where we want to go. As our pitching and defense needs to be a little better, and I think that's getting better.
It feels like that's the sort of thing that maybe won a state title for you. You always need to prevent the other team from scoring.
Yeah, and I think when you look at it, whether you're talking Major League Baseball, college baseball, high school baseball, Little League, Pony League, whatever, it always comes down to pitching and defense. And if you can do that, you give yourself a chance, and you're going to play some really good teams. And if you're not solid in the field, you can't give those teams 4 or 5 outs.
All right, now it's Fennimore today, and it's a doubleheader because of weather earlier this year and anticipated weather tomorrow. You guys shared the title last year. They also graduated a lot of guys. What kind of team do you see in Fennimore? What do you feel like you have to do today?
Well, you always know when you come up here and you play Fennimore or play them wherever, they're going to hit the heck out of the ball. And, they're offensively, they're going to really put some pressure on you. And you're going to have to execute your pitches. You're going to have to hit your spots where you need to. And if you can do that, you can maybe keep them off balance and limit them. I'm not sure you're ever going to be able to limit them completely. They're a solid team. Brent does a nice job with those guys.
So what do you feel like you have to do today?
Well, I think it's
especially considering it's also a doubleheader.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think it's the same recipe. We're gonna have to score some runs today, and we know that. And who's gonna get that big clutch hit? You don't know where it's gonna be. But you get runners in scoring position, you're gonna have to get those guys in, and the majority of the time, you're gonna have to take advantage of that. You're gonna have to play pretty solid in the field.
All right, thanks a lot. Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
Steve Graber, the Cuba City coach, back with more after this on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Colors of the game today are presented by Cuba City Family Dental, Keeler Family Dental, and now open Darlington Family Dental. 3 convenient locations to serve your dental needs. Cubans will be the road team for game number 1, and they wear their black jerseys with gold trim and gray pants. Easier to deal with the laundry. And Fennimore, the home team in game number 1, they'll be wearing their white uniforms with maroon pinstripes. Today's injury report brought to you by Russell Law Offices. If you have been injured, contact Russell Law Offices. Their experienced team of personal injury lawyers will fight for your rights and give you the compensation you deserve. Visit RussellLawWI.com. Cuba City has everybody healthy. Fennimore had McCoy Miles with a dislocated shoulder, but he is apparently okay to go, and he's the backup catcher and probably will be catching the second game because Ethan Scheckler, I believe, is going to pitch the second game, so it's a good thing that he is actually available.
Yep, and it's very interesting how pitching is going to factor in with this game, or both games being a doubleheader here this afternoon. The 100 pitch count, obviously, for pitchers in high school baseball, and when they're putting their 2 best pitchers out for this doubleheader, pitch count and getting efficient outs is going to be critical for both teams.
Definitely. The Shoebox Scoreboard presented by the Shoebox in Black Earth, the largest independent shoe store in the Midwest. Well, part of this is we're not sure because some games may have been moved from tomorrow to today. What is on the schedule today is River Ridge at Iowa Grant, Schultzburg, Benton at Southwestern, and apparently a doubleheader Darlington at Mineral Point. That's in the Swall. The SWC today, Lancaster at Platteville, Richland Center at Dodgeville, River Valley at Prairie du Chien, Six Rivers West, Argyle Blackhawk at Shullsburg Benton, Belmont at Pecatonica, that is a doubleheader. Highland at Barneveld, River Ridge and Monticello Albany, that is a doubleheader. And Seneca is at Potosi Cassville. One other Six Rivers East game, Pecatonica is at Argyle Blackhawk. Well, now that can't be. Oh, the Six Rivers West games I read were supposed to be tomorrow, but again, I kind of wonder if they've been moved up a day. And in the Ridge and Valley, there are doubleheaders. DeSoto at Kickapoo, Ithaca at Lafarge, and North Crawford at Wazeeka Steuben. One other game, Seneca is at Weston. In softball today, in the SWC, Prairie du Chien at Dodgeville, Westby at Richland Center. And the Swall, Cuba City at Mineral Point, Boscobel at Fennimore, Darlington at Iowa Grant, Southwestern at Riverdale, Six Rivers West, Barneveld at Belmont, Highland at Judah Albany, River Ridge at Argyle Blackhawk, Potosi Cassville at Monticello New Glarus, Six Rivers East. One other game, Monticello New Glarus is at Judah Albany. Well, that can't be right either. Unless they're doing a two-team doubleheader possibly. And in the Ridge and Valley, Kickapoo, DeSoto, Ithaca, and Lafarge, those are both doubleheaders. And North Crawford at Wazeeka Steuben. One other score, by the way, on the Shoebox scoreboard, presented by the Shoebox in Black Earth, the largest independent shoe store in the Midwest. The Brewers, a winner today over Pittsburgh 7-5. That was on AM 5090 WPVL. You know, Tyler, there are few things that are certainties, but there are a few. Death, taxes, and our oldest champion is going to give up a bad home run.
Well, that was a huge home run by Gary Sanchez in the top of the eighth to give the Brewers the lead. And, yeah, our Brewers getting a nice win today, setting up game one of our doubleheader here in Fennimore.
And it is time for the Raleigh Cheese. It was the Raleigh Cheese pregame show. Here's the first pitch to Gavin Vossen. And the pitch is hit fouled on the first baseline for strike one. Starting lineups presented by Fuller's Milker Center. See Fuller's complete hygiene line and options for your brand new dairy setup or existing parlor remodel. Fuller's in Lancaster and Richland Center and at fullersmilkercenter.com. And here is the second pitch from Casey Drayson to Gavin Vossen. And that makes it 1-1 strike. Vossen, the shortstop, will lead off. Tyson Richard, the pitcher, bats second. Batting third is the catcher, Andy Leffelholz. And the cleanup batter is Braden Joel. And Joel, the first baseman. 2-1 strike. Batting fifth, Henry Cruiser, the center fielder. Talon Venata, the third baseman, will bat sixth. The batting seventh will be the designated hitter. And that's Peyton Calvert. He will be pitching, he will be batting, I should say, for the second baseman, Elliot Cummins. 2 strikes. Batting eighth is the right fielder, Ethan Abreth, and batting ninth is Cameron Guler. He is the left fielder. 2-2 chop foul. We'll do it again. Defense for Fennimore. Starting pitcher again is Casey Drayson. Ethan Scheckler is the catcher. Then over at third base is Yankee Fiedler, Starkey at short, Miles at second, and Corey Drayson at first. Timeout called once again. This is all very convenient to get the rest of the lineup in. Tyson Gerke is in left field. Wyatt Annan is in center. And Jude Kinney is in right field. Here's the 2-2. And that's 3 strikes. Casey Drayson this year, 1 win, no losses, 350 earned run average, 183 whip. He has pitched in 4 games, 12 innings, given up 11 hits, 6 runs, 11 walks, 17 strikeouts. Another 2-2 pitch. Foul tip, strike 3. And 1 away in the first. And so Vossen, who came in batting .286, 766 OPS, 2 RBIs, is retired for the first out. Here's Tyson Richard, batting .217, 569 OPS, 2 RBIs this season. One thing that will be interesting to see is whether or not these teams run a lot, because they're very good at it. Fennimore has not gotten a caught stealing this year, and Cuba City has only had one runner caught stealing all year. First pitch is upstairs for ball one.
Very curious to see how aggressive both teams are going to be, especially, again, with the pitching, trying to keep the pitchers honest and have quality at bats.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. And that is just a little bit low. 2 balls, no strikes. 61 degrees was our first pitch temperature. Unlike Tuesday, no rain and no clouds, really. Just very high filtered, very, very high filtered clouds. That's a strike. 2 balls and a strike. The wind, according to my weather app, well, I'm not sure this is right. It says it's southeast at 10, gusts to 14. That should be center field, but I don't think it doesn't feel like it's blowing in.
Feels a little bit of a breeze, but nothing that seems to be impacting the game or shouldn't affect the carry of the baseball, at least at this point.
2-1 hit foul. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Although the field is a little dustier than I thought it would be coming into today.
Well, it won't be dusty after this weekend, that's for sure.
Or at least what we anticipate is going to happen.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Of course, the joke is, they move everything from tomorrow. And it won't rain tomorrow, watch. Here's the 2-2. Just a little outside, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Grace has been getting the strikes on the outer part of the plate, but not that time. Ball 3, count is full.
3-2, Leffelholz on deck. Wind picks up now a little bit. Hit to short, bobble it short, and he will be aboard. So what are we going to call that? Hit or an error?
It's ruled an error on the scoreboard, so we'll go with that.
Well, there you go. Didn't notice that. All right, E6. And so Richard aboard with 1 out. Here is Andy Leffelholz, 375 batting average, 923 OPS. He has 3 RBIs. No score. Top of the first of 2. And that ball is hit to short. The throw to second. The throw to first, I should say. And a force out. So it goes 4-6 to erase Richard. Leffelholz aboard on the fielder's choice. And 2 out, nobody on. And here's the cleanup hitter, Braden Joel, batting 167, 397 OPS with 4 RBIs.
14 pitches on the inning so far for Drazen, and Fennimore had an opportunity to get out of the inning with just those 14 pitches, but the drop at first brings up another batter.
And a chopper to second. And the throw to first is in time. Kinney to Miles. And the inning is over. 1 error, 1 left. No score. Or put another way, Cuba City nothing, Fennimore coming to bat. And the starting lineup for the Golden Eagles, also brought to you by Fuller's Milker Center. See Fuller's complete hygiene line and options for your brand new dairy setup or existing parlor remodel. Fuller's in Lancaster and Richland Center at Fuller'sMilkerCenter.com. And I will be able to read that without looking at the notes by the end of the second game. The starting lineup for the Fennimore Golden Eagles, Corey Drazen will lead off. He is the first baseman. Ethan Scheckler, the catcher, will bat second. Tyson Gerke, the left fielder, will bat third. And McCoy Miles, the second baseman, will bat cleanup. Sean Yankee, fielder, is the third baseman. He will bat fifth. Wyatt Annan is the center fielder. He will bat sixth. Tyson Starkey, the shortstop, will bat seventh. Batting eighth, Jude Kinney. the right fielder, and batting ninth is the designated hitter Casey Drayson, and he will bat for the, one more time, Jude Kinney is the DH. I think I got that wrong. We'll find out who the right fielder is when I recheck here. Jude Kinney is the designated hitter. He bats ninth for the pitcher, Casey Drayson. The defense for Cuba City in left field is Ethan Abreth. Center fielder is Henry Cruiser. And in right field is Cameron Guler. At third base, Talon Venata. The shortstop is Gavin Vossen. At second base is Elliot Cummins. Braden Joel is at first. Behind the plate is Andy Leffelholz, on the mound. Tyson Richard, who is this year 1-1. No ERA because he hasn't given up an earned run yet. He's pitched in 3 games, all of them starts, 16 2/3 innings. He's given up 10 hits, 3 runs, but none of them earned. He's walked 9, struck out 24. His whip is 1.14. And we are brought to you by Anderson Rubber Turret in Dubuque, powering our audio stream. Anderson Rubber Turret in Dubuque when you are ready. Also brought to you by Community First Bank, for you in the communities where you live, work, and play. Experience for yourself the difference at Community First Bank, cfbank.com, member FDIC. And the Butcher Shop in Fennimore, offering top quality beef, pork, and chicken to fill your freezers. Short on time? Don't forget the heat and serve barbecue beef and pork for great tasting meals. The Butcher Shop in Fennimore. First pitch is a called strike to Corey Drayson, batting .353, 866 OPS with 4 RBI. OPS, by the way, on base percentage plus slugging. For those not aware of that, pitch is low and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. I can't say I'm a fan of the advanced stats, particularly wins over wins above replacement or whatever. But OPS is a good one, and WHIP is a really good one. That's a swing and a miss, and it's 1 and 2.
And they're fun to say too.
Yes. Even though the OPS doesn't really translate because slugging percentage doesn't really translate, but you can tell at least, both how often you're getting on base and how far you're hitting it. Fouled off, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And the fortunate thing here at Fennimore High School is that all the vehicles are parked far enough away from the baseball diamond that cars aren't going to be in trouble.
Pitch is high, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, you'd hope so, certainly.
Right.
If my car gets hit.
Although now the wind is blowing towards us.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Backwards, so.
Yeah.
Hope I didn't jinx us.
2 and 2 with nobody out. Foul off, we'll do it again. Well, that's why you got insurance, right?
Right.
2 and 2 with 2 out. With nobody out. Bottom of the first. No score. Fennimore, or Cuba City got a run around on an error, but unable to score. Upstairs. And it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Scheckler on deck. And the 3-2. Foul off, we'll do it again.
Good job staying alive in the at-bat. Already 8 pitches in this first at-bat for Tyson Richard on the mound.
These two teams played Tuesday, and that is going to have implications pitch count-wise. Both of these teams played 1-run games, and that is well hit to center. And right underneath the scoreboard, making the catch is the center fielder Cruiser, 1 out. Gave it a ride, but a little short.
Yeah, I think Cruiser only had to take 2 steps to make the catch. It was right to him.
He was playing pretty deep as it was, yeah. Here is Ethan Scheckler, the catcher today, batting .333, 1.099 OPS, 1 home run, 7 RBIs, and he fouls the first pitch off. Scheckler, if I heard correctly, will be pitching in the second game. That's got to be tough. You're going to squat behind the plate for 7 innings and then get up and pitch.
I know I don't have the flexibility or the ability for that anymore.
0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Well, maybe I would have once upon a time, but that was in a year beginning in 19. And if anybody saw me playing softball in Lancaster, they would say, what are you talking about? You couldn't do that. Down the third baseline, foul. Down 2 strikes is Scheckler. A little breezy, but an otherwise nice day out.
It's very comfortable.
Here's the 0-2. High as Scheckler held up in time. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You could tell he thought about it.
1-2. Swing and a miss. 2 out. Might be helpful if I actually put that down on the score sheet. And here is Tyson Gerke. 267 batting average, 954 OPS, 1 home run, and 3 RBIs. Playing in left field today. No score. 2 out. Bottom of the first inning. First of a doubleheader and a big sweeping curveball for strike 1 on the miss. We'll see how it is in the 7th inning of the second game, but that pitch is upstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike. This is the time of year where there's usually a huge difference when the sun starts to go down. Ball and a strike. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. And of course, in the next couple of days, it looks like we'll be seeing at least 3 seasons of weather.
Right.
No snow, I think, but it's supposed to freeze. Well, it did freeze overnight, I believe. And a fly ball off the shortstop, and the shortstop makes the catch, Vossen, to end the inning. 1-2-3 goes Fennimore in the first. After 1, no score. And today's game brought to you by Sups, now open in Platteville in the former Nutrition World location with a new large selection and lower prices, including popular brands such as First Form and NutriBio. Sups now in Platteville. Subway, with locations in Fennimore and Boscoville, offer great tasting sandwiches, salads, and wraps to feed your family. Subway, with locations in Fennimore and Boscoville. We're also brought to you by Tim Slack Auction and Realty. Whether buying or selling, call Tim, Kathy, Chase, and their staff today. Tim Slack Auction and Realty, Lancaster and Fennimore. And H&N Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical, serving you in Fennimore, Lancaster, and Boscoville. Always on call, always the right call. H&N Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical, serving Southwest Wisconsin 24/7 since 1958. And I have to think H&N, well, their customers are getting a workout anyway when you got to turn the heat on because it's cold. And then, Saturday, I think it's supposed to be in the 70s and humid. So they'd be tempted to turn the air on, I would think.
Well, going from 30 degrees in the morning to 65 in the afternoon is kind of abrupt.
Yeah, but again, Wisconsin.
Right.
Grand Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of the Tim Slack Auction and Realty Baseball Game of the Week, presented by Myers Heating and Cooling, Myers Home Comfort Solutions, and Wolf Construction on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. 5-6-7 batters. Henry Cruiser, Talon Venata, and another player whose number I wrote down wrong. Calvert, that's right, Peyton Calvert.
Big swing and a miss at strike 1.
Pitch to the lefty. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, lobbying there on the part of Scheckler, but it didn't work. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swing and a miss, 1-2. You know, that's the funny part that I think a lot of people don't realize about baseball. The rules say that you can get ejected for arguing balls and strikes. That doesn't mean that that doesn't happen. You just have to be careful what you say, how you gesture also, right?
Exactly.
2 balls, 2 strikes. The co-champions of the SWAL last year. And, of course, Cuba City's trip to state 2 years ago started with, of all things, a 1-0 win over Fennimore in the regional semifinal. Called strike 3 on the outside corner, 1 away. Second strikeout for Drayson. Cruiser, by the way, 211, 739 OPS with 1 RBI. Taylor Vanetta, 217, 467 OPS, 2 RBIs. Check foul for strike 1. So there's that conversation going on the whole time, of course, between the catcher and the pitcher, or between the catcher and the home plate umpire. And I think, although the increasingly brittle major league umpires, maybe that isn't the case, but I think you get some latitude as long as you don't show up the umpire and you don't say something, words you shouldn't. High, and it's 2 balls and no strike, or 1 ball, 1 strike.
Or in the case of Aaron Boone for the Yankees, you don't want to have a fan standing right behind you after you argue something, and then the fan says something immediately after, and the manager gets ejected.
High, 2 balls and a strike. Well, then there's the case of Angel Hernandez, who...
That's more than a case.
Literally the worst official in the history of sport. Not just baseball, but I think it was, there was a call where he, of course, missed a ball and strike call, and the announcer said, and Angel Hernandez is in midseason form. That was in a spring training game. Yeah. Popped up to shortstop, and on the infield, a little bit of a adjustment there at the last moment, but it counts as an out by the shortstop Starkey. 2 away, no score, top of the second inning. Then there was this one the other day. I think it was the first pitch of the game, and it wasn't Hernandez, it was somebody else, but it was said right down the middle for ball 1. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1 to Peyton Calvert. The DH, 250 batting average, 675 OPS with 4 RBIs. And people wonder, that's low, 2 balls and no strikes. People wonder why there's a push to for the robo-ump at home plate. I mean, the Major League umpiring seems to be getting worse, if that's possible. And it's not just Hernandez. CB Buckner doesn't get a lot of praise either. And of course, there's Country Joe West. A called strike, and it's 2-1.
I mean, if you have the technology, you might as well use it.
Right, and you want to get calls wrong. That, I guess, that's the counter argument. 2-1. Or that's ball 4. It's 3-1 before, and so a 2-out walk for Calvert. Ethan Abreth, 118 batting average, 328 OPS with 4 RBI. Runner first, 2 out, top of the second inning, and no score as the wind suddenly picks up. Fouled off the plate, and that got the home plate umpire, who will walk it off and try not to say anything. Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of sympathy for the home plate guys because that hurts especially when a fouled off pitch finds a body part that's not covered in padding.
Yeah, the umpire now talking with Coach Scheckler. I think he's okay. I'm just kind of wondering, maybe he just got some dust in his eye.
Except he's looking at his left hand. Did I cut him, possibly?
Yeah.
See, they get along fine. 2 balls and a strike with 2 out. Three balls and a strike. That's what a lot of people don't realize, is that there's a lot more like talking back and forth between, like the first baseman and a base runner, or the guys at the plate, whatever. You don't realize that if you're just watching. You can't hear what's going on. That's a swing and a miss. And it's 2-2 with 2 out. At the top of the second.
Drazen now at 31 pitches, pitched 15 pitches in the first inning.
Two. 3-2. Guler, the 9th hitter, is on deck. And we know that because he's standing right over there. 3-2 with 2 out.
That's 2-2.
I'm sorry, 2-2 with 2 out. I got half of it right. Well, no, I got 2/3 of it right. Now it's 3-2.
Yeah,
I was just
there you go.
foreshadowing, that's all. Thurston gets the sign from Scheckler. And the 3-2. Foul off will do it all again. These two teams, of course, tied for the title last year, as we mentioned, 12-2 each. Cuba City, after beating the SWC champion Dodgeville, got to the sectional final but lost to La Crosse Aquinas in Viroqua, which I have to think is like my favorite postseason place to do a game.
That's one of the best, for sure.
That's ball 4. 2 aboard and 2 out. So
great patience shown by the Cuba City batters so far in this game. Really making Drazen work for all those outs, and 2 walks in the last 2 at-bats for Cuba City.
And Cameron Guler, 0.53 batting average, 105 OPS with 1 RBI. 2 aboard now with 2 out. And that's upstairs for ball 1. These two teams, Cuba City came in with a 3-game winning streak. And that's fouled off. Ball and strike. Cuba City, their last 3 games, they shut out Southwestern 6-0. Then Monday they beat Barneveld 2-1, and then Riverdale Tuesday 4-3. That's the first loss in the SWAL for the Chieftains. 1-1. And the throw to second.
Wow, what a throw.
That's it.
What a gun by Scheckler.
I guess that's why he catches. A 2-6 put out that ends the inning. 2 walks, but no damage to Fennimore. 1 out, or 1 left, and our score after an inning and a half. Fennimore nothing, Cuba City nothing. And today's game brought to you by PRP in Platteville. Rejuvenate with PRP in Platteville, specializing in platelet-rich plasma injections. An injury doesn't have to mean your season is over with Rejuvenate with PRP in Platteville. Book a consultation today on Facebook. Papa Murphy's in Platteville and Prairie du Chien. Experience love at 425 degrees. Download Papa Murphy's app for specials and online ordering. Papa Murphy's Platteville, and Prairie du Chien. We're also brought to you by Myers Heating and Cooling, servicing Southwest Wisconsin since 1999. Myers Heating and Cooling, where they say, don't worry, we got this. Mountain City Bank's total line of credit allows you to use the equity in your home to do the things you want. Stop in a Mountain City Bank to apply. Offer subject to approval. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender. Learn more at mountaincitybank.com. Fennimore will have the 4-5-6 batters. Miles, Yankee, Fiedler, and Annan in the bottom of the second inning. In the coming in it today in the Swall, you got Mineral Point at 5-0, Riverdale 4-2. Actually, I was wrong. That was their second conference loss. And actually, they're in third because Darlington technically is in second at 3-1 by percentage points over Riverdale at 4-2. And then it's Iowa Grant 3-2, Cuba City 2-3, Fennimore 1-2, Boscobel 1-4, and Southwestern is still looking for their first win of the season. And the first pitch is upstairs for ball one to McCoy. Miles, 217 batting average, 598 OPS, 2 RBIs. And a ground ball to short and dropped there, and that'll be an error for the first base runner for the Fennimore Golden Eagles. Well, pretty obviously, Vossen expected it to take more of a hop than it did. You know, there's one thing about this park, by the way, that is a little bit different than usual at any rate. Sean Yankee Fiedler, 4 for 12 this year, 500 OPS and 4 RBIs. He hits foul for strike one. Anything come to mind?
That there's a snow fence-looking fence on the right part of the field and a regular fence on the left, at least aesthetically.
True, but that's not it. That foul is 2 strikes. When was the last time you saw a grass infield around here?
That's true.
Because most of them, because the fields are also used for softball, they're all dirt infields. But if you have one at the high school, obviously you have the option to have a grass infield. Runner goes, pitches a ball, and he's safe. Miles with a stolen base. That makes him, on the year, 2 for 2. And as mentioned, Fennimore has not had a runner caught stealing all year. Cuba City's only had 1 runner caught stealing all year. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Big curve and fouled off at the plate.
Yeah, that pitch dove at the last second, and the batter just topped the ball. Tried to unload on it, but only went a couple feet in front of him.
Popped up and caught by the third baseman, Banana. That ball hung up in the air in the wind. 1 away. So are we doing this like Tuesday?
Weather permitting.
Well, I know that,
Yeah.
but I mean, or are you interested in doing some play-by-play in the next inning? Or do you want to just make sure we're not knocked off the air by...
You got the notes in the rosters. I'll let you...
Okay. It's up to you. I'll chime in when you feel like it. First pitch is a swing and a miss to Wyatt Annan.
Full disclosure, we didn't know we were doing this until, 5 hours ago? Something about that?
Oh, no. It was kind of more like about 7.5 hours ago.
Oh.
So much more time. That's a strike. Wyatt Annan on the season, 182. Batting average, 545 OPS. With an RBI, and he's got an RBI opportunity with the runner at second, Miles. Has 2 strikes.
I was going to do my homework tonight, but the due date for the project was suddenly moved to today.
Yes, and it's a double project. Is
Exactly.
that just, 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's got to be like the ultimate school nightmare. It's not merely that the assignment you thought was due tomorrow is due today, but you have another one thrown in today, too.
And we weren't supposed to be here. We were supposed to be in Cuba City.
Yeah, not to confuse everything. That's a swing and a miss for strike 3. 2 out, and now Tyson Starkey. 318 batting average, 809 OPS with 2 RBIs. And kind of interestingly, and perhaps rarely, you have a game with 2 guys who wear number 1 and their first name is the same, Tyson. Ball 1. And if they would move Richard to shortstop, then they would be both shortstops today. Maybe that'll be the case in the second game.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Little hard hit. Bouncer. And the throw to first in time. Nice play
what
there
a play.
by Tyson Richard. A great throw to end the inning. And his mother, the former Amy Tranel, certainly approves. 1 error, 1 left. And our score after 2 innings. Game 1 of a Swall doubleheader. Fennimore, nothing. Cuba City, nothing. We're brought to you by Grant Regional Health Center. Dr. Brad Binsfield and Nate Stocco, PAC of the Ortho team, provide exceptional care for sports-related injuries. Grant Regional Health Center, experience the difference. Also, Russell Law Offices, here to assist you as your local legal representation. Call for a consultation to discuss personal injury, estate planning, family law, criminal defense, probate administration, and more. Proudly serving Southern Wisconsin, Russell Law Offices. I believe Nate does not charge for basketball discussions. Brian's Auto Body and Paint Specialist in Lancaster. The pros at Brian's get the job done right for unexpected dings or major repair projects. Brian's Auto Body and Paint in Lancaster. And the Queen Bee Radio Sports SoundCloud page. Listen back to recordings of previous sportscasts anytime and on demand. SoundCloud.com/Queen Bee Radio Sports. I believe, among other things, is not the entire 2022 Cuba City postseason on SoundCloud?
It is on there.
And also the Cuba City girls' trip to state volleyball this past fall.
Volleyball and the Cuba City girls basketball team also going to state. Softball.
Well, obviously the so-called heckler in the stands knows the umpire, so or he knows the reverse.
I think Game 1 is turning into an infomercial for recruitment for high school officials and umpires.
Yeah. Each team with the same line score after 2 innings. No runs, no hits, 1 error each way. And each team has left 1 base runner aboard. Guler started the top of the second inning before the caught stealing to end the inning. And that pitch is outside for ball 1. So he returns to the plate. 9-1-2 batters in this top of the third inning, first of 2. And of course, now the question that comes to my mind, and you know this would be the case, they have concessions here in between games?
I believe so. Normally it's back where the football field is. Just to our right.
Up there, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Because, 2 games, that's kind of a long time. And I'm sure that reading these restaurant ads that I have coming up is going to be a bit of a torturous experience.
And we got some on the upper left sponsor rotator on our Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel for today's game as well.
And at 7 o'clock, I'll be asking, do they deliver? 2-0. Bounced up there, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. Drayson has had a runner aboard in each of his 2 innings. Of course, his defense got rid of 1 of those. And actually, as I think about it, he's actually had 2 runners left aboard. There's ball 4. So Guler walks on 4 pitches and back to the top of the order. And Gavin Vossen, who struck out in the first. to lead off the ball game. The only problem on a day like this, other than the wind, if you wear contact lenses, it can be a little bit of a challenge. That's a strike, and I notice you're not.
No, not today.
I don't have a choice. I'm so nearsighted. I don't have glasses that I can wear. The 0-1 pitch, chopped to short, possibly 2. 6-4, and a poor throw at first, and I'm not sure he would have gotten him anyway. So it is a force out at second, and Vossen aboard on the fielder's choice. 1 out. And here is Tyson Richard, who reached on an error in the first and then was erased on a force out. Just like we just saw, basically. No score. 1 away, top of the 3rd inning. And Vossen gets back to first when Drayson takes a look over there. Outside, the ball gets away. And getting to second will be Vossen on what I assume would be a passed ball. And so another runner in scoring. Actually, that's the first runner that Fennimore has had, or that Cuba City has had in scoring position. Actually, that's the second. Remember, the other one was thrown out. It was picked off, actually. He stole second and they got picked off.
Right.
So I was telling myself that to remind myself that 2 balls, no strikes. And meanwhile, a mound conference, as Brent Scheckler, the 19-season coach, comes out for Fennimore. And we might as well tell you at this point that today's game brought to you by Bytech Resource Management, or Greener Way, Bytech Resource Management of Monroe. Also, Donnie's Tire and Auto Service in Dickeyville, called the only hooker in town. For a 24-hour towing service, 568-3014. 568-3014 is your home for excellent car care to Donnie's Tire and Auto in Dickeyville. No score. 1 out, top of the 3rd, but a runner at second, Vossen. Chop foul. 2 balls and a strike. Well, certainly entertained by the home plate repartee today. 2-1. Yeah, it's 3 balls and a strike. I wonder if he knew that he was going to be streamed today. Of course, as you mentioned at the start of the day, we didn't know we were doing this today, but one must be flexible. If there was one lesson from the whole COVID season, that was it. Foul off at the plate. Or no, it was not. That was a ball, and so it is 2 balls and 2 strikes. I thought I heard a tick, but not apparently.
Yeah, but it's now actually full count, 3-2, and now Casey Drazen going to throw his 50th pitch. We're just in the top of the 3rd.
The trend is not for a complete game, obviously, and that is grounded in the hole. The throw to third, and the pickle, and the throw back gets away, and it's going to be second and third with 1 out. I think that would be an error either to the third baseman or the shortstop. And a fielder's choice, which puts Richard aboard. He's all the way over at second. And so second and third with 1 away. And here is Leffelholz, who reached on a fielder's choice in the first inning. No score, 1 out, top of the 3rd inning. And that is grounded to short. And the throw not in time. Everybody's safe. And it's 1-0. Infield hit for Leffelholz. and he gets the RBI. Vossen scores. And Leffelholz at first and Richard at second. And the pitch pops away for a moment. Ball one to Joel, who grounded to second to end the first inning. 1-0 Cuba City.
Interesting thing I noticed is that they didn't put an error on the scoreboard for that last sequence that got the runners to second and third for Cuba City before the run came across the plate. So I don't know what the actual scoring of that would have been. Although, like you said, I thought it would have been an error with that throw going into right field.
That's inside. 2 balls and no strikes. And I did not get a chance to check today, and I guess that's the last thing I should have done and didn't, but as far as who was available pitching-wise today, since they had the 2 games, there is ball 4 meanwhile. And the bases are loaded. 1 run in and 1 out, and a 1-0 Cuba City lead. And here is Henry Cruiser, who struck out looking in the second inning. Outside corner strike. I wonder, I guess maybe I'm thinking of people who maybe, if anything, older than I am, who remember the favorite nickname for the greatest hitter of all time, Henry Aaron. Swing and a miss, and it's quickly 0-2. He did not like being called Hank, but and he said his name was Henry Aaron. So, and somebody at some point gave him the nickname Bad Henry. Not by any means that he was a bad player, but he was going to do bad things to you, basically. Down the third base line and a base hit. And this might score 2, or they'll hold up the runner. But Richard is in. It's 2-0. And first and second on Cruiser's base hit. They actually did 2 runs score on that?
Yep, 2 runs came through.
Right.
Yep.
So Cruiser gets a 2-run single. Leffelholz also scores. And it's first and second. Joel at second. And it is 3-0. And the first pitch gets away briefly, ball 1. I didn't see the second runner scoring there. Actually, I didn't see the first scoring. It was the second runner that I saw it. 3-0 Cuba City. Still only 1 out. And that one gets away, and that'll advance the base runners. Second and third. Now, is that a wild pitch or a pass ball?
I would say pass ball. I think Scheckler would have had a chance to get that one in. But now for Casey Drazen, his 61st pitch of the game coming up here.
Veneta popped to short in the second inning. That's a strike. Two balls and a strike with 1 out. And 2 runners in, actually 3 runners in, 3-0 Cuba City. That finds the inside corner, and it's 2-2.
Big pitch for Drazen coming up.
2-2. Just missed. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Calvert on deck. And the 3-2. We'll do it again. here comes another 3-2 pitch. Ball 4. Ball 4.
Bases loaded again for the Cubans with 1 out.
Here's Calvert, who walked, stole second, and then got picked off second base to end the second inning. 3-0 Cuba City, 1 away in the top of the third inning. Ball 1. Time called. Talk about an opportunity to blow the game wide open. It's already 3-0 Cuba City, but you could add Cuba City golden opportunity to add to that. And right to Drayson to throw to the plate. No one covered it. And it's 4-2 or 4-0.
Yeah, it just seemed like the ball was just underthrown a bit and off target. And I don't know if it was just a miscommunication between Scheckler and Drazen, but
somehow he didn't see it. That's got to be an error on.
I believe they're gonna. Well, they do put an error on the scoreboard, so I'm guessing it would be against Drazen. I wonder if Coach Scheckler is going to go with a pitching change here, as Drazen is at 67 pitches and game on the verge of being blown wide open.
For 4-0 Cuba City. And boy, getting those last 2 outs for Fennimore has been a major problem to this point. There's, let's see, 1, 2, 3 errors in this inning. And it looks like we have a new pitcher because Drayson is not a lefty.
Looks like it's number 11, Brock Hinkle.
So he comes in the third. All right, so. Oh, yes, that's right, because Drayson was batted for. So the new pitcher, again, will be Brock Henkel, who comes in the third inning with 1 out. Bases still loaded, 4-0 Cuba City. Henkel on the season, no record. His ERA is 9. His OPS is 3. He's pitched in 4 games, 2 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 6 earned runs, 3 hits, 6 runs, 3 earned runs. He's walked 4 and struck out 2. And he inherits a big mess here. Bases loaded, 1 out, 4-0 Cuba City. And if Fennimore's going to have any shot, they really need to get out of this inning. Hayworth walked back in the second inning. And he swung and missed at a high curveball for strike 1. That would have been ball 1, but he had to get warmed up, right?
You'd want to be warmed up if you're inheriting bases loaded.
Fly ball to right field. And the catch is made. The throw to the plate is good enough that nobody is inclined to advance. So 2 away. And here now is the 10th batter, Guler, who started the inning by singling and being taken out on a force play.
Yeah, but in this last play, what a throw from right field to get to home plate and hold the runner back at third.
Hinkle grounds to third. That ball is dropped, and everybody is safe, and a run scores. So Guler reaches on the error at third. Cruiser is in. It's 5-0. And everybody moves up and added a third. Calvert to second. And back to the top of the order. And Vossen, who started this by reaching out a fielder's choice and then scoring. Before that, in the first, he struck out. 5-0 Cuba City in the top of the third with 2 away. They finally got an out at least. And that's upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. Inside quarter strike, 2-1.
Yep, on the scoreboard it says Fennimore has 3 errors on the game. Cuba City has 5 runs off 2 hits.
Took something off there, and that's a strike, 2-2. The Shoebox scoreboard presented by the Shoebox and Black Earth, the largest independent shoe store in the Midwest. Earlier today, Brewers beat Pittsburgh 7-5 on AM 1590 WPVL. Inside quarter strike to end the inning. I got to figure this thing out here. So that ends the inning, the strikeout, but 3 errors lead to 5 runs, just 2 hits, and bases loaded or left. And our score after 2.5 is Cuba City 5 and Fennimore 0. And today's game brought to you by Carey Seamless Gutters and Overhead Doors in Belmont, Prairie du Chien, and at carriesguttersanddoors.com. Broad Automotive in Fennimore, ready to help you get your vehicle ready for all your driving needs. Oil changes, batteries, brakes, tires, and more. Call Broad Automotive in Fennimore. Brought to you by Sloan Implement, your official John Deere dealer in Bloomington, Cuba City, Montford, and at sloans.com. And Bouse Electric. Call Brad, Adrian, and Josh Busher at Bouse Electric, Fennimore, and Lancaster. Well, Tyson Richards staked to a 5-0 lead. And he will have the 8-9-1 batters. And I was going to find out who that guy is. Let's see. Hang on a sec here. As I try to figure out what my phone is.
Well, while you do that, we'll tell you that our game is brought to you by People's State Bank for personal, home, business, and ag loans. Visit one of their area convenient locations or visit peoplesfinancial.com. Member FDIC. And the Queen Bee Radio High School Sports Roundup, our weekly high school sports show covering everything in our area's high school sports scene, including highlights, recaps, previews, interviews, and more. New episodes weekly. We'll see if we can sort out what we're going to do for this week on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube and SoundCloud channels. We were going to try and record that today or tomorrow, but obviously with the game being moved to today, looks like tomorrow's going to be the day that we might try and pull that off.
First pitch is a strike. And
like swinging strikeout.
Swinging strikeout. That is fast. Kinney strikes out, 1 away. And here is Henkel, who started as the DH. And that's popped to third, foul. And unable to be fielded by Veneta for strike 1. So Henkel started the day as the DH and is now the pitcher after Casey Drayson was taken out after 2 1/3 innings.
And the thing that the fielders are going to be having a hard time with is that they're staring directly into the sun when the ball is popped up high.
As it's gotten a little bit low in the sky. That, ouch. And the home plate umpire fielded that one with a shin guard. One ball, one strike. has hit foul down the right field line, and not by much. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. That if that had been a couple of feet to the left, he could have run for a long time down there.
And depending on where that line is, it might have been a trot more so than a run.
1-2. Called strike 3. 2 away. Back to the top of the order, and Corey Drayson, who flied to center in the first. We're in the bottom of the third, 5-0 Cuba City, all 5 runs in the top of this third inning. And it is the first of 2. Now, I assume these 2 games are scheduled for 7 innings. First pitch is popped up and caught. And that ends the inning. A 1-2-3 third inning for Cuba City after their 5 spot, and our score after 3 in the first of 2. Cuba City 5, Fennimore nothing. And today's game brought to you by Krantz Auto Parts in Fennimore, your local hardware, Hank, and Napa dealers. See Rob Krantz and the crew at Krantz Auto Parts for full service repair on cars and light trucks too. Krantz Auto Parts in Fennimore. Today's game is also brought to you by Claire Bank with their 8 locations in Southwest Wisconsin. Claire Bank proud to support our community events. Claire Bank, where they say we can do that. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. Timmerman's Talents in Platteville. Call Todd Timmerman to find out how you can save by going green with solar solutions. Timmerman's Talents in Platteville and Timmerman's Talents LLC.com. Breckler Insurance Group for auto, business, farm, home, health, and life insurance. See Steve Landowski at Breckler Insurance in Fennimore. Breckler Insurance serving Southwest Wisconsin for over 94 years. And we're brought to you by Doodle's Pub and Eatery in Lancaster. Follow them on Facebook for daily lunch specials. Doodle's on the Square in Lancaster. Top of the 4th inning. 5 runs, just 2 hits, and 1 error for Cuba City. Fennimore, no runs and no hits so far. They have committed, is that scoreboard said 3. I have them for 4 errors. Cubans have left 5 runners on base. Fennimore just 1. High. And the pitch hits the corner for a strike, and it's 2-1. Curve outside, 3 balls and a strike.
You have to imagine Fennimore just looking for a quick inning to get some more at-bats. Down 5-0, almost halfway point of the game, and that's ball 4 for a walk.
Richard is on base for the 3rd time in a weird combination. He reached on an error in the first, fielder's choice and scored a run in the 3rd, and now has walked. So he has 3. He's on base 3 times without it. By Leffelholz, it'll be 1st and 2nd. Leffelholz with his second, his second hit. He had an infield single and scored in the 3rd with an RBI, and before that reached on a fielder's choice in the 1st. So the hitting continuing for the Cubans. They put 5 on the board thanks to some shaky defense more than anything else. And they've now got 2 runners aboard and nobody out. Here's Joel, who grounded to second in the 1st, walked and scored in the 3rd. Ball and no strikes as the wind picks up again. That's a strike, 1-1. bring you the Peterson Agency halftime report after this half inning, and that is, it drops in behind third, and no play.
That was a force out at third.
Oh, they did get the force out. That was a good defensive play to be able to pull that off. So Richard is out, one away. Joel reaches on a fielder's choice. Levelholz goes to second. And here's Cruiser, who singled with two RBIs and scored in the first, or in the third inning before that struck out looking in the second inning. 1 ball, no strikes. 2-0. Pitch. 3 balls and no strikes. Venata is on deck. 3-0. Called strike, 3-1. Swing and a miss, and a pitch that was outside. It's 3-2.
So you like the location, just a little early on the swing.
3-2 with 1 out. Strike 3. 2 away. And here is Venata. Popped to short in the second, walked in the third. 5-0 Cuba City. 2 outs, top of the fourth. Off speed for a strike on a swing and a miss. Fennimore would do well if they were able to get out of this inning without giving up any runs after the first 2 runners reached base.
Oh, Henkel already had 24 pitches in relief.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Now 25.
Yeah, that is the thing with the pitch count. It really has transformed the game, and not necessarily in good ways. Fouled off, and it's 1-2.
I do like that rule for regular season games, but for the postseason, I think you should be able to put your pitchers in, put your best players in, and give your team the best chance to win.
You're not going to hurt your arm based on one game, right? Most likely. It's the accumulation of innings that's the issue. And it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Like, I understand it for situations like this week where teams are playing, 4 games in 5 days, things like that. I get I'm sure that's the spirit of the rule, but when you get into postseason and it's, win or go home, have your best players out there.
Yeah, and my thing is I feel like it's trying to fix the problem and not finding the source of the problem, which unfortunately is something that I'm not sure high schools can really deal with. And that is hit to left and caught to end the inning. Well, the 2 runners end up getting left. 1 more error. Correct that. Check that. 1 hit. No errors. No runs. 2 runners left. We are halfway through in game 1 of this doubleheader. Cuba City 5, Fennimore nothing. It is time now for the Peterson Agency halftime report, presented by the Peterson Agency in Argyle. Brian Peterson specializes in home, farm, auto, and umbrella policies. Well, Tyson Richard has sailed along so far. He has not given up a hit yet. And meanwhile, Fennimore, Cuba City broke through with 5 runs. They only had 2 hits. They had 3 Cuba City errors that led to all the runs.
Heading into header.
Quality beef, pork, and chicken to fill your freezers. Short on time? Don't forget the Heat and Serve barbecue beef and pork for great tasting meals, the Butcher Shop in Fennimore. 5-0 Cuba City as we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. And it'll be Scheckler, Gerke, and Miles, 2, 3, 4 hitters. Scheckler struck out back in the first inning. Ball 1. Richard is, if this game goes 7 innings, he's on pace, I think, to be able to complete the game, assuming it doesn't run into any kind of problem. 1 ball, 1 strike. But getting a complete game is a rare thing in the pitch count world. That's at foul, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, the more efficient that Richard is in this game, if he's able to go the distance, that just gives Coach Graber a bunch more options to go with in game number 2 of this doubleheader.
Thing is also that they do not have, that's fouled off, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Check that, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Neither of these teams has a game the rest of the week on the schedule. Of course, the weatherman wiped that out anyway, or would seem, but Fennimore will have a non-conference game at River Valley on Monday, and that's high, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cuba City will host Mineral Point Tuesday, and, we ought to put that on YouTube.
I think we will. Sounds like a good game of the week candidate.
Definitely. 4:10 start, I believe that is Tuesday. Sky high pop up. Foul.
Don't want to get my boss paperwork back at the station.
And I don't want to figure out how to get off the air with this thing.
Yeah, I'm the guy that can't be on the injury report.
Right. I'm expendable. You're not. Swing and a miss. 1 out. Of course, since I've been doing Fennimore games previously, I have to remember the regional final game I did in Prairie du Chien that had the hour-long rain delay. And I'm sitting there and getting rained on, and I got all this electronic equipment around me and thinking to myself, if I hit the wrong thing here, there's going to be this horrible buzzing noise and a lot of dead air. Ball 1. Curveball, it misses inside. 2 balls, 0 strikes. Well, getting back to the pitch count thing, one of the issues, of course, the reason they created the pitch count rule was because of the arm injuries to pitchers. That's a called strike, 2 and 1. And obviously everybody is concerned about that. But the question is that a high school problem or is it an outside of high school problem? 2-1. Hits the inside corner, 2 and 2. In other words, is it about cumulative pitches from all that summer ball, travel ball during the rest of the year? Called strike 3, 2 away. And here's Miles, who reached on an error and stole a base in the second inning. And I guess that's the thing, in my opinion, that obviously part of the problem seems to me to be, kind of all-year baseball, which is not in Wisconsin. Grounder to second, and quick work. Cuba City makes a Fennimore in the 4th inning, another 1-2-3 inning, and our score after 4. Cuba City 5, Fennimore nothing. And today's game is brought to you by Sups, now open in Platteville in the former Nutrition World location with a new large selection at lower prices, including popular brands such as First Form and NutraBio. Sups, now in Platteville. Subway, with locations in Fennimore and Boscoville, offer great tasting sandwiches, salads, and wraps to feed your family. Subway with locations in Fennimore and Boscoville. Today's game also brought to you by Tim Slack Auction and Realty. Whether buying or selling, call Tim, Kathy, Chase, and their staff today. Tim Slack Auction at Realty, Lancaster, and Fennimore. H&M Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical, serving you in Lancaster, Fennimore, and Boscobel. Always on call, always the right call. H&M Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical, serving Southwest Wisconsin 24/7 since 1958. Rejuvenate with PRP in Platteville, specializing in platelet-rich plasma injections. An injury doesn't have to mean your season is over. With Rejuvenate with PRP in Platteville, book a consultation today on Facebook. And we're also brought to you by Papa Murphy's in Platteville and Prairie du Chien. Experience love at 425 degrees. Download Papa Murphy's app for specials and online ordering. Papa Murphy's, Platteville, and Prairie du Chien. 5 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for Cuba City. And a drop ground ball, but stayed with it. Did Starkey, and a good play there to get Calvert out for the first out. 5 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for the Cubans. No runs, no hits, and I have 4 errors on Fennimore. First pitch is fouled off to Aberith, who walked in the second, flied to right in the 3rd inning. All the runs scored in that top of the 3rd inning. And again, as much contributed by Fennimore's defense as anything. And a fly ball past the infield, and catch is made. 1 away. 2 outs. Now Guler, who has a pair of walks in the 2nd and in the 3rd.
And a line out.
Well, that was a fast inning. 1, 2, 3 goes Cuba City. And through 4 1/2, still Fennimore 5. Cuba City 5, Fennimore nothing. We're brought to you by Myers Heating and Cooling, servicing Southwest Wisconsin since 1999. Myers Heating and Cooling, where they say, don't worry, we got this. Mountain City Bank's Total Line of Credit allows you to use the equity in your home to do the things you want. Stop into Mountain City Bank to apply. Offer subject to approval. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. Learn more at mountaincitybank.com. Grant Regional Health Center's ortho team, Dr. Brad Binsfeld and Nate Stocco, PAC, provide exceptional care for sports-related injuries. Grant Regional Health Center, experience the difference. Russell Law Offices, here to assist as your local legal representation. Call for a consultation to discuss personal injury, estate planning, family law, criminal defense, probate administration, and more. Proudly serving Southern Wisconsin, Russell Law Offices. And Brian's Auto Body and Paint Specialist in Lancaster. The pros at Brian's get the job done right. For unexpected dings or major repair projects, Brian's Auto Body and Paint in Lancaster. 5-0. Cuba City leading Fennimore as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Fennimore will have Yankee, Fiedler, Annan, and Starkey. 5, 6, 7 batters. That's a called strike to Yankee Fiedler, who popped to 3rd in the 2nd inning. That's low, and 1 ball, 1 strike. We'll have the quick Culver's cool down between the games, including the tri-court turning point, which I think is pretty obvious at this point.
Although crazy things have happened.
Yeah, game's not over. And we have a second game after this. 1-1. Foul off, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. And now Richard steps out. And now Yankee Fiedler steps back in. Fouled off, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. off the aluminum bleachers on the first baseline. I believe that was. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah,
anyway.
Sounded something aluminum back there.
1-2 with nobody out. Big curve, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. But getting back to the pitch count thing, really, it's I think, case of, kind of a variety of things that I'm not sure is tied to high school. Catch is made in right field to end the at bat, 1 away.
I think the big thing with the pitch count is also the pressure for all pitchers, regardless of level, to throw harder and throw faster. And, you obviously that takes a toll on your arm. That's just the pitches in the games, but also, in practice and everything that you're trying to do to get your arm in prime form, sometimes it backfires and that fatigue leads to injuries.
And it struck out back in the second. Well, and I occasionally wonder how, if you have pitchers who are not being trained the correct way to pitch, swing and a miss.
That too.
Well, my son pitched, and when he started pitching, I told him to watch videos of Nolan Ryan and Tom Seaver, and fouled off. And it's not because they both won 300-plus games and Nolan Ryan has a strikeout record and 7 no-hitters. It was because they used their entire body to pitch. Mm-hmm. Tom Seaver, the thing with him was that he would actually get so low when he pitched, he'd always have a dirt spot on his right knee. Foul off. And that got both the catcher and, again, the home plate umpire.
Boy, the umpire is going to end up on the injury report pretty soon. He says he's good.
There he is. He's not even wearing a target on his uniform shirt.
Checking for the hole in the glove.
Another 1-2 pitch coming. 2-2. The other thing, of course, is with travel teams and all-year baseball, which is really not a big thing in this area. That is well hit, and that'll be the first hit of the game. And off the wall and a double for Wyatt Annan. First hit of the game for Fennimore, and a ringing double. And here is Starkey, who grounded to short in the second inning. 5-0 Cuba City, the 5 runs in the third. Game number 2 will be a separate YouTube viewing, correct?
We'll have it on the same stream.
Oh, we will.
Yeah.
Right, but is there going to be a separate file for a separate program?
It will not. You can just keep it right here on this stream, and
okay,
hopefully our 5G keeps us up and running. And in the second game, Cuba City will be the home team, as the second game of this doubleheader was supposed to be the game played at Cuba City tomorrow night.
Nice block there by Leffelholz. 1 ball, 1 strike. So there is not time for everybody to get in the car and drive down to Cuba City and set everything up for game number 2 here.
I don't think so, and I believe Cuba City is hosting a track meet at Cuba City High School. So
you wouldn't be able to find a place to park anyway.
Most likely.
2 balls and a strike. And again, this was not supposed to be a doubleheader, except for the forecast of bad weather tomorrow. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
And the snowstorm the first week in April that pushed this game to this day.
Yeah, the week of April Fool's Day. Go figure. Grounded to short. And they'll take the long out, but get it. The 6-3 put out. Moves Annan to third base. But from Cuba City's perspective, more importantly, there's 2 out. And the Cubans with a 5-0 lead. Kinney struck out back in the third. Fouls first pitch off. I hope there's enough baseballs around for the second game.
No souvenirs today.
Called strike.
Nice break.
One of the two coaches, I forget which one it was, talked about being more selective at the plate today. And I think it was Brent Scheckler said that they've been having defensive issues, and that was still the case. Not there, though, with a swing and a miss. And another 1-2, well, actually not a 1-2-3 inning. He gave up his first hit, but left him at first at our score after 5. Cuba City 5, Fennimore nothing. And today's game brought to you by Clear Bank, with their 8 convenient locations in Southwest Wisconsin. Proud to support our community events. Clear Bank, where they say we can do that. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. Timmerman Talents in Platteville. Call Todd Timmerman to find out how you can save. And by going green with solar solutions, Timmerman's Talents, Platteville, and Timmerman's Talents, LLC.com.
Quick shoebox scoreboard updates. In the bottom of the 5th, Darlington on top of Mineral Point, 4-2.
Mineral Point has not lost a game this year. In the Swall,
their losses were to Onalaska and Viroqua and River Valley,
which are all bigger schools. In fact, Onalaska is either a D1 or D2 school.
Yeah, but Mineral Point is playing a doubleheader against Darlington today. So,
well, I'm sure everybody at the moment is a Darlington fan as a result. 2, 3, 4 batters. Correction, 1, 2, 3 batters. Vossen, Richard, and Leffelholz. 5 runs, 3 hits, and an error for Cuba City. No runs, 1 hit, 4 errors for Fennimore. Vossen today struck out in the first, batted twice in the third, walked and scored, or reached on fielder's choice and scored. And then a called strikeout. We're in the top of the 6th. And that's a strike. 0-2. Henkel has settled down after kind of a rough start when he inherited an absolute mess in the first inning, or the top of the 3rd. Grounded to short and unable to be fielded. And so Vossen is aboard, and what did they score that?
I believe that's a hit.
Infield single.
The last inning for Henkel, I think he only threw 6 or 7 pitches.
He can probably finish unless he runs into trouble. That'll help Fennimore. They have, I believe, Ethan Scheckler is playing to pitch in the second game. The 0-1 pitch. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike. And the ball gets away, and that will move Vossen over to second on what will be a passed ball. Richard reached on an error in the first, reached out a fielder's choice, scored the first time in the third, and then walked the second time in the third. That was an 11-batter inning, and 5 runners scored. 2 balls, no strikes. Also on the Shoebox scoreboard, presented by the Shoebox in Black Earth, the largest independent shoe store in the Midwest. That is a hit batter. And so Richard to first, Vossen to second, or Vossen at second. on the passed ball. And here's Leffelholz. And he grounds to short. And the force and only one out. They get the out at second to erase Richard. Leffelholz aboard on the fielder's choice, which makes him 2 for 4 with a run scored at RBI. Here's Joel, grounded to second in the first, walked and scored on an error in the third, reached on a fielder's choice to end the third. Correction, that was actually in the fourth inning. And a pitch called strike. 5-0 Cuba City. 2 outs in the top of the sixth in game 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. I assume the umpires will switch places for the second game. Throw down is not in time. Stolen base. So Leffelholz aboard at second with 2 out.
Well, given the hazards that have happened in game 1, I don't know if the umpires are wanting to come back behind the plate.
Where's that robo ump? Well, I guess we'll have to see if this guy is as entertaining as the home plate ump is in this first game. Two balls, 2 strikes. Inside. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 out.
It's just 1 out.
You are correct. And there's ball 4.
And another bases loaded 1 out situation for Fennimore.
And the last time that this happened, Cuba City kind of broke the game open in that third inning, and now a mound conference. And we're going to have another pitcher switch.
Henkel's at 47 pitches.
Looks like he is done.
And again, this is kind of where the strategy when you have a doubleheader comes into play, because Henkel can pitch in game number 2 if needed. And now looks like number 8 be on the mound.
Yaki Fiedler, who is the third baseman, is going to go pitch. Here at the top of the 6th inning with 1 out. So who goes over to third? And we don't yet have a third baseman.
We'll sort that out in a bit, but I'm sure you saw yesterday that the WIA had their meeting yesterday in Stevens Point, and NIL got voted down.
It did. The proposal was to allow name, image, and likeness deals for high school athletes. I wasn't aware of this, but apparently 31 states, including Illinois and Minnesota, do have that. There would not be able to have any school involvement as far as they're wearing the team uniforms or shooting photos at the school or that sort of thing, but you would still be able to get a player paid. But it didn't go. It is interesting. So is that Henkel at third, maybe? No, because Henkel didn't switch to becoming a right-hander.
It's number 29. So Corey Drazen.
Corey Drazen, who was at first.
And now Henkel's at first.
All right. Henkel at first. And Corey Dreesen now at third. That solves everything. Meanwhile, the pitch goes to the backstop, but nobody trying to come home. Yankee Fiedler this year, 1-0, 5.25 ERA, .75 OPS. He's pitched just once, 2 2/3 innings, 2 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned runs. Has not walked anybody. He struck out 5. That, of course, being in one outing, so a short sample size, obviously. Cruiser struck out looking in the second, but here grounds a base hit. 1 run scores, and everybody else moves up. Boston scores to make it 6-0. His second run scored, and everybody else goes up level holes to third and Joel to second. 3 RBIs for Cruiser and 2 hits. Now Veneta, who popped to short in the second, walked in the third, and then was the last out of the third on a flyout. Catch made in center. Here comes another run as Leffelhole scores. 7-0. The other pitchers are actually, Joel does get to third. Cruiser stays at first, 2 away. And here's Calvert, walked in the second, raced on a fielder's choice in the third, and grounded short in the 5th. It is interesting to note that there were several comments after the meeting that they thought that the vote might have been a moot point, as that's a called strike, that they felt like a ban on NIL might be overturned in the courts.
I think there was that, but I think the concern from the ADs is that this was kind of a short turnaround as far as when it was being introduced to the time being voted, and there really isn't any sort of established guidelines from the WIA how it would be sanctioned or run at the school level, and ADs just don't feel prepared for it right now. But I'd say in a year or so, we're probably looking at NIL being a thing in the state of Wisconsin.
2 balls, 2 strikes. One thing, for one, that didn't even hit the public until Tuesday.
Right.
Nobody reported that. I was aware they were either even going to vote on it. Popped up to short, and a catch made by Starkey to end the inning. 2 more runs come in. On 1 hit, 2 hits. And no errors, and 2 runners left. And after 5.5, it is Cuba City 5, Fennimore nothing. We're brought to you by Breckler Insurance Group for auto, business, farm, home, and health and life insurance. See Steve Landowski at Breckler Insurance in Fennimore. Breckler Insurance serving Southwest Wisconsin for over 94 years. And Doolittle's Pub and Eatery in Lancaster. Follow them on Facebook for daily lunch specials. Doolittle's on the Square in Lancaster. 7-0 Cuba City. We'll have game 2 after this. A doubleheader proving once again that you got to be flexible, especially in the spring. And as I said, started to say it before, kind of had that lesson in the COVID school year, 2020-2021, when you had, for example, a game opponent switched during the day of the game. In the case of the Platteville, actually it was Platteville and Boscobel. Platteville, I forget if they were supposed to go to Dodgeville or Richland Center, but that got called off because of a COVID case. And Boscobel, it turned out, lost their scheduled game. And so they're like, hey, you want to play? And it was Boscobel's homecoming, too. In fact, as that's a called strike outside, 7, 8, 9 batters. And it's swing and a miss. So that is not 7, 8, 9 batters. It is actually 9, 1, 2. Henkel takes outside. Henkel struck out looking back in the third inning. Outside, and the count 3-1. So the way the story went was that they started at the end of the homecoming parade. The coach at the time for basketball, he got a text during the parade as that's hit to the second baseman for an infield out, one away. That'd be about 100 feet up in the air, by the way.
It's a home run if you're in a silo.
Yes. Corey Drayson flied to center in the first and flied out in the third. So they get the text message during the parade that their opponent can't come. And that has popped up and caught by the first baseman. 2 wind-blown pop-ups, 2 away. Here's Scheckler, who struck out in the first and in the fourth. And so at the end of the parade, they said, sorry, guys, we don't have a game. And then all of a sudden they found out that Platteville didn't have a game, and Platteville was willing to jump on the bus. So apparently right after the parade, there were a bunch of frantic text messages saying, come to the game, we're going. So, and there were other instances of that. First pitch inside ball 1. There were numerous other instances where opponents got changed at the last minute to just demonstrate that you just absolutely have to be flexible.
Also remember during the football season, so they had the fall COVID season for some teams opted not to play, then spring, then the following one, so it would have been the 2021 season.
The alternate fall season.
Right,
yes.
Where you had Benton Scalesville and Schallsburg hosting Edgar. So teams were driving multiple hours away just to get games in, and less than 24 hours notice, too.
2-2. Yeah, Edgar is not a short trip down here.
No, it isn't.
Edgar isn't a short trip to anywhere, I think, other than maybe Stratford. Fouled off. And another 2-2 pitch coming up. It is just and you also had the situation in volleyball where Cuba City was hosting the regional and one of the teams pulled out at the start of the day. So it didn't change the schedule, but it really kind of messed it up. That's a called strike to end that at bat and the inning. Another 1-2-3 inning for the Cubans, and our score after 6 is Cuba City 7, Fennimore nothing in Game 1 of this SWC Swall doubleheader. We're brought to you by Claire Bank with our 8 convenient locations in southwest Wisconsin. Proud to support our community events. Claire Bank, where they say we can do that. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. Timmerman's Talents in Platteville. Call Todd Timmerman to find out how you can save. And by going green with solar solutions, Timmerman Talents Platteville and Timmerman's Talents LLC.com. And we're brought to you by Breckler Insurance Group. For auto, business, farm, home, health, and life insurance, see Steve Landowski at Breckler Insurance in Fennimore. Breckler Insurance serving southwest Wisconsin for over 94 years. Seven 0 Cuba City. Cubans with 5 runs in the third, and they added 2 more in the fifth. We'll have it extremely, in fact, our Culver's cooldown might be in between innings here to allow us to head over to next game. We know that I think we have pretty much figured out what the tri-core turning point is going to be unless something really changes here. Of course, you know, I happen to be listening to something earlier today about the 1984 Chicago Cubs and about how they surprised everybody by acting like a real baseball team and winning the National League East. One of the games that was I don't know if it was the turning point, but it kind of showed that they were for real, was this incredible ball game with the Cardinals. It was a Saturday afternoon NBC game, and it's known now as the Sandberg game because Ryan Sandberg hit a 2-run home run to tie the game in the bottom of the 9th, and then hit another home run. Actually, I got it flipped, I think. Home run to tie the game in the bottom of the 9th, and that pitch is ball 1 to Calvert, who walked in the 2nd, reached out a fielder's choice in the 3rd, struck out in the 5th.
We also have a new pitcher for Fennimore, number 39.
You know, I got an extra one. I should have given it to you. Wyatt Annan is now pitching. So he comes in from center field to pitch. In fact, we'll give you 2, I think.
Oh, well, thank you.
Sway and a miss. So Annan now aboard in the 7th, which leads to the question of who is playing center field. And I did not bring my binoculars along, which would have helped figure that out from here. See that, maybe 3-inch number from a couple hundred feet away. Anyway, the pitch. Ball 4. So Calvert aboard to lead off the 7th inning. We know we'll go 7 now. And a pinch runner.
It'll be Bryce Buxton. Be the pinch runner at first.
Calvert back to the mound, or back to the dugout. Abreth walked in the 2nd, flied to right in the 3rd, popped to 2nd in the 5th. Called strike. 1-1.
Just got that one in the lower part of the zone.
Swing and a miss. Guler walked in the 3rd inning, reached on an error in the 3rd, later in the 3rd, and then lined to 2nd, in the 5th. Two balls and a strike. The pinch runner Buxton at first. Two and 2. Second game to follow. Tyson Richard, though, he has done his team a big favor by having gotten through, he's gone through 6. Should be able to finish, I would think.
Well, he's got 15 pitches to go in the inning.
And that is not fielded at 2nd. And it'll be 1st and 2nd with nobody out.
Tyson Starkey lost his footing trying to chase that one and close the glove on it on the ground, and not much he can do about that.
To call that a hit? The sun is shining on the scoreboard. The red numbers on the dark red, so a little hard for me to see anyway. I guess they must have called it a hit.
Yeah, they ruled it a hit. 7 runs and 6 hits for Cuba City on the scoreboard.
Popped up to short, or to, left. Diving catch attempted and not made. And the throw to 3rd is not in time. But, all right, they got it straight. That was actually, that is an 8-5 putout. So it's force out at 3rd. It is not a base hit because there was a force out. So that would be a fielder's choice, because the ball wasn't fielded in center field. So it's weird scoring, to say the least, but it is, the ultimate result is it's still 1st and 2nd, and it's now 1 out. And that's a strike to the leadoff hitter, Vossen, can't even read my own handwriting, struck out in the 1st, reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the third, struck out looking in the third, and then reached on an infield single and scored in the sixth. Behind first, and the catch made by the first baseman in foul territory. Two out.
And he level holds at the plate, looks at the first pitch. Strike one, under part of the zone.
He reached on a fielder's choice. Infield single and scored with an RBI in the third, singled and scored in the fourth, and then reached on an error and scored in the sixth. Grounded to short, and that's the inning.
Nice throw from Starkey.
And so, no runs score out of all of that. One hit, actually 2 hits, and 2 runners left. To the bottom of the seventh we go. 7-0. Cuba City leading Fennimore. And I guess we might as well call it the Culver's pre-cool-down pre-post-game show. Culver's cool-down pre-post-game show presented by Culver's in Dubuque, Galena, and Platteville. The Tricor Turning Point, we're going to call it here, brought to you by Tricor Insurance. Insurance plans built for you, your family, and your business. Contact Tricor Insurance today. We're going to say it is the third inning, the top of the third, where Cuba City scored 5 runs on just 2 hits, and 3 Fennimore errors were critical in that, and they have not looked back since.
Yeah, it was a rough third inning for Casey Drazen pitching for Fennimore that led to the pitching change. And, you know, for game 1 of this doubleheader, I don't think Coach Kramer could have asked for a better outing for his team. And again, Tyson Richard can get 3 outs these next 15 pitches or so. Coach Kramer's got a ton of options heading into game number 2.
I didn't finish my story about the 84 Cubs in that Cardinals game. You know how it goes when they're trying to get off the air. They announced that I think it was the Budweiser game MVP was Willie McGee for the Cardinals because he hit for the cycle in the game. Then they had to change their mind after Sandberg hit his second home run to retie the game in the 10th inning. Cubs ended up winning it in the 11th. I think it was 12-11 was the final score. Can you guess what direction the wind was blowing at Wrigley Field?
It would have been blowing out, I would imagine.
Yes. If you like watching old baseball, you should watch. There's 2 versions at least. There's the version that is the NBC broadcast, and then there's the Cubs radio broadcast. They couldn't do TV because the game was on NBC, so it's Harry Carey on the radio, and you might say he went a little bananas. I mean, it was just an incredible back-and-forth game. I think at one point the Cardinals were up 7-1. Cubs came back to tie the game, and then they gave up, I think it was 2 runs in the top of the 10th, then retied the game, and then won it in the 11th. And it was that was kind of the game where you thought, wow, they might pull this thing out after all. Now, I'm not sure what's going on here.
I'm guessing they had to change bats.
Gerke lined to short in the first and struck out looking in the fourth and grounds it up the middle for just the second hit of the ball game for Fennimore. He's aboard at first. 7-0 Cuba City. Now Miles, who reached on an error in the second inning and got a stolen base but did not score, and then grounded to second in the 4th inning. And hits the first pitch to center field. 1 out. Almost try to get the second out of force at first, or it would have been a tag play at first. Didn't work. One away. Yankee Fiedler, who started the game at third and is now the last pitcher in the game at this point, swings and misses. He popped to third in the second inning and flied to right in the fifth. That's upstairs. Ball to strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Suddenly got quiet here.
Yeah, it did. They must be listening to us. First, what kind of dumb thing are they going to say now? 1-2 with 1 out. Called
nice.
Strike 3.
Nice breaking ball pitch there by Tyson Richard to get the out.
And here is Annan, who struck out in the second, doubled in the fifth. He is the only, one of 2 base runners for Fennimore who's able to have gotten in scoring position. That's it. First pitch is fouled off. That is, I believe, 8 strikeouts now for Richard. A well-earned win if he's able to get the last out. Fouled off, and he's down to his last strike.
Quick discussion between Richard and Leffel Holtz, and
I think that's actually 7 strikeouts. He would like number 8 here. And he gets number 8 to end the ball game. So Tyson Richard gives up 2 hits. And no runs. And the Cuba City Cubans win game number 1 over Fennimore, 7-0. Read that line score on that scoreboard there, if you would.
They just took it down.
I did not do that to make him look bad. I just want everybody to know that. Now let me see if I can figure it out here. 7 runs on 6 hits. I have it. 1 error. And Cuba City left 9 runners on base. And for Fennimore, no runs, 2 hits. I had them for 4 errors, and they left 3 runners on base. And again, the winning pitcher, Tyson Richard, who gave up just the 2 hits. He is now 2-1 on the season. The losing pitcher is Casey Drayson, who drops to 1 win and 1 loss. And so our final score again, Cuba City 7, Fennimore nothing in game number 1. Now we got to figure out how we're going to do this. We're not going off, right?
No, we're good. We'll stay here.
But with video only until we come back?
Yeah, what we can do is we can just take a quick timeout. We'll go black for just a couple minutes and come back with game number 2 from Fennimore High School. Cuba City wins game number 1, 7-0. And game number 2 coming up next on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Looking for a checking account with no monthly requirements or service charge? People's State Bank's People's Checking Account is just what you're looking for. This account includes free debit card, online and mobile banking, bill pay, and much more at no cost to you. You heard that right. No cost to you. We're your local community bank ready to serve you. People's State Bank. Member FDIC.
24/7, 365. Myers Heating and Cooling is your trusted residential heating and cooling system service provider. Join Myers Comfort Club for peace of mind throughout the year and around the clock. Myers Heating and Cooling in Lancaster. Don't worry, we got this.
Check out subs.com. Subs is Southwest Wisconsin's go-to supplement store. Find all your favorite supplement brands at the best prices from local people. Fuel your fitness journey. Subs.com, your go-to supplement store with locations in Fennimore and Dubuque.
Welcome to Shannon Marie Photography, where we specialize in turning memories into keepsakes. Based in Southwest Wisconsin, we offer a range of photography services, including weddings, senior portraits, and capturing precious moments with newborns and families. Our portfolio is a testament to the beauty and joy we've had the privilege to capture. Whether it's a bride and groom at sunset, a little boy with a big smile, or a newborn in a basket, we ensure each image is a treasure. Book your session today at shannonmariephoto.com.
Grow your business by enhancing your digital marketing efforts with Queen Bee Radio and Phase 3 Digital. We provide customized solutions based on your business's unique needs, including targeted advertising, website development, and search engine optimization. Contact us at 608-349-2000 or visit p3da.com/platbill to learn more.
Looking for a checking account with no monthly requirements or service charge? People's State Bank's People's Checking Account is just what you're looking for. This account includes free debit card, online and mobile banking, bill pay, and much more at no cost to you. You heard that right. No cost to you. We're your local community bank ready to serve you. People's State Bank. Member FDIC.
24/7, 365. Myers Heating and Cooling is your trusted residential heating and cooling system service provider. Join Myers Comfort Club for peace of mind throughout the year and around the clock. Myers Heating and Cooling in Lancaster. Don't worry, we got this.
Check out subs.com. Subs is Southwest Wisconsin's go-to supplement store. Find all your favorite supplement brands at the best prices from local people. Fuel your fitness journey. Subs.com, your go-to supplement store with locations in Fennimore and Dubuque.
Welcome to Shannon Marie Photography, where we specialize in turning memories into keepsakes. Based in Southwest Wisconsin, we offer a range of photography services, including weddings, senior portraits, and capturing precious moments with newborns and families. Our portfolio is a testament to the beauty and joy we've had the privilege to capture. Whether it's a bride and groom at sunset, a little boy with a big smile, or a newborn in a basket, we ensure each image is a treasure. Book your session today at shannonmariephoto.com.
Grow your business by enhancing your digital marketing efforts with Queen Bee Radio and Phase 3 Digital. We provide customized solutions based on your business's unique needs, including targeted advertising, website development, and search engine optimization. Contact us at 608-349-2000 or visit p3da.com/platbill to learn more.
Looking for a checking account with no monthly requirements or service charge? People's State Bank's People's Checking Account is just what you're looking for. This account includes free debit card, online and mobile banking, bill pay, and much more at no cost to you. You heard that right. No cost to you. We're your local community bank ready to serve you. People's State Bank. Member FDIC.
24/7, 365. Myers Heating and Cooling is your trusted residential heating and cooling system service provider. Join Myers Comfort Club for peace of mind throughout the year and around the clock. Myers Heating and Cooling in Lancaster. Don't worry, we got this.
Check out subs.com. Subs is Southwest Wisconsin's go-to supplement store. Find all your favorite supplement brands at the best prices from local people. Fuel your fitness journey. Subs.com, your go-to supplement store with locations in Fennimore and Dubuque.
Welcome to Shannon Marie Photography, where we specialize in turning memories into keepsakes. Based in Southwest Wisconsin, we offer a range of photography services, including weddings, senior portraits, and capturing precious moments with newborns and families. Our portfolio is a testament to the beauty and joy we've had the privilege to capture. Whether it's a bride and groom at sunset, a little boy with a big smile, or a newborn in a basket, we ensure each image is a treasure. Book your session today at shannonmariephoto.com.
Grow your business by enhancing your digital marketing efforts with Queen Bee Radio and Phase 3 Digital. We provide customized solutions based on your business's unique needs, including targeted advertising, website development, and search engine optimization. Contact us at 608-349-2000 or visit p3da.com/Platteville to learn more.
This is a Queen Bee Radio High School sports presentation. Queen Bee Radio proudly brings you Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school sports. Presented by Myers Heating and Cooling and Wolf Construction. And sponsored by Claire Bank, Cuba City Family Dental, Culver's of Dubuque, Galena, and Platteville, Edward Jones representative Ben Reeves and Elena Reeves, Fuller's Milker Center, Nutrition World, the Peterson Agency, Raleigh Cheese, the Shoebox, and Tricor Insurance.
And welcome back to Fennimore High School. Tyler Duktanis and Steve Prestigard with you from the Wolf Construction broadcast table behind home plate for our Tim Slack Auction and Realty Baseball co-game of the week, as we are in the second half of our doubleheader between Cuba City and Fennimore. Cuba City winning game 1 7-0, and Cuba City will be the home team in the second game of this doubleheader, because the game that they were supposed to play tomorrow night was supposed to be in Cuba City, where Cuba City was at home, but the Cubans will be the home team here at Fennimore High School in game number 2 of this doubleheader. This is Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school baseball, presented by Myers Heating and Cooling, Myers Home Comfort Store, and Wolf Construction, and our abbreviated Raleigh Cheese pregame show presented by Raleigh Cheese at the intersection of Highways 11 and 23 in the heart of Lafayette County.
Don't forget the cheese.
Do not forget the cheese.
Don't forget to open up the microphone, too.
Yeah, exactly. That, too. But a strong showing for Cuba City in game number 1. Steve, 7-0, the final score in that one. Cuba City scoring 5 runs in the top of the third and then adding 2 runs in the 5th. And a very strong showing by pitcher Tyson Richard, and that gives Coach Graber a ton of options as far as pitching heading into game number 2 of this doubleheader.
Yeah, basically they have the ability to, they can't use the pitchers that they used on Tuesday if they don't have enough innings, but Richard really helped them out. I mean, really helped them out by going the whole way. He gave up just 2 hits. He got ahead of hitters. He relied on his defense. I think there was only 1 error that Cuba City had in the first game, and they were pretty opportunistic on offense, taking advantage of Fennimore's difficulty with defense. 3 errors leading to 5 runs. I didn't figure out earned or not, but it wasn't a good defensive third inning for Fennimore, and obviously that's going to be one thing they want to fix in this second ball game, and then see how far they can go basically on the mound with Ethan Scheckler as well, who will be trying to pitch after catching the entire first game. That's got to be some leg strain right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said, Cuba City just trying to keep that momentum going from game number 1. Fennimore trying to kind of reset in between these 2 games, and we'll see if Ethan Scheckler can have a strong outing for the Fennimore Golden Eagles as he gets ready to pitch in game number 2 of this doubleheader. Our Russell Offices injury report. If you've been injured, contact Russell Offices. They're experienced team of personal injury lawyers. They will fight for your rights to help you get the compensation you deserve. Visit RussellLawWI.com. Both teams have all their players readily available, although there was a player for, Fennimore that had an injury on Tuesday, but he's playing today.
But Coy Miles, he had a dislocated shoulder, but they managed to pop it back in. In fact, he will be behind the plate, which is probably not a place you want to go if you're dealing with a shoulder injury, but apparently he's ready to go, so he's in the lineup.
All right, so both teams with all their players ready to go for game number 2 of this doubleheader. We'll get to the Fuller's Milker Center starters in just a bit. Our colors of the game brought to you by Cuba City Family Dental, Keeler Family Dental, and now open Darlington Family Dental, 3 convenient locations to serve your dental needs. The teams did not switch uniforms. Fennimore still in their home white uniforms with the maroon pinstripes, maroon numbers, gold trim, Eagles written across the chest in cursive writing with maroon caps. And Cuba City in their road black jerseys with gray pants. Cuba City written across the chest in gold with gold numbers on the lower right corner of the jersey and yellow numbers on the back with black caps. Those are the colors of the game brought to you by Cuba City Family Dental, Keeler Family Dental, and now open Darlington Family Dental. We now have the lineup card. So, Steve, let's run down the Fuller's Milker Center starting lineups. The Fuller's Complete Hygiene line and options for your brand new dairy setup or existing parlor remodel. Fuller's in Lancaster, Richland Center, and at Fuller'sMilkerCenter.com.
Well, the Eagles will be the road team for the second game, and they will start with Corey Drayson. Corey Drayson at second base, leading off. Batting second will be Tyson Gerke, the left fielder. McCoy Miles, the catcher, will bat third, and Ethan Scheckler, the pitcher, in game number 2 will bat cleanup. Batting fifth will be Tyson Starkey, the shortstop. Batting sixth, Wyatt Annan, the center fielder. Batting seventh will be Sean Yankee Fiedler, the third baseman. Hitting eighth will be Brock Hinkle, the first baseman. And the designated hitter will be, I know he's here someplace, Reese Ammon, and he will bat for the first baseman, Jude Kinney. That's the starting lineup for Fennimore. The defense for Cuba City, pretty similar to the first game, with Cameron Guler in left field, Henry Cruiser in center field, and Ethan Abreth in right field. At third base is Talon Vanetta. Tyson Richard, who pitched in the first game, is the shortstop in the second game. And then it is Elliot Cummins at second base, Braden Joel at first. Behind the plate again is Andy Leffelholz, and on the mound is Gavin Vossen for Cuba City. Vossen on the year 1-0. He does not have an ERA. Given up, he has pitched in 2 games. One of them was a start, 6 1/3 innings. Gave up 1 hit, no earned runs. He has walked 4, struck out 16, and his OPS is 0.6. Actually, his WHIP is 0.63.
All right, those are the starting lineups brought to you by Fuller's Milker Center. See Fuller's Complete Hygiene line and options for your brand new dairy setup or existing parlor remodel. Fuller's in Lancaster, Richland Center, and at Fuller'sMilkerCenter.com. Our game today also brought to you by Breckler Insurance Group for auto, business, farm, home, health, and life insurance. See Steve Landowski at Breckler Insurance in Fennimore. Breckler Insurance serving Southwest Wisconsin for over 94 years. And by Timmerman's Talents of Platteville, call Todd Timmerman to find out how you can save by going green with solar solutions. Timmerman's Talents of Platteville and Timmerman's Talents LLC.com. And we have our first batter stepping into the box. Corey Drayson wears number 29. Bats right-handed, and Gavin Vossen gets ready to deal the opening pitch in our doubleheader. The first pitch is low for ball 1. Game today also brought to you by Claire Bank with their 8 locations in Southwest Wisconsin. Proud to support our community events. Claire Bank, where they say we can do that. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. Pitch number 2 away for ball 2. 2-0 count to Corey Drayson, the leadoff hitter for Fennimore. Again, Fennimore, the road team in the second half of this doubleheader, even though we are at Fennimore High School for this doubleheader. 2-0 pitch, fouled back. And we have a 2-1 count now to Corey Drayson.
Drayson was 0 for 3 in the first game, also batting leadoff.
Our scoreboard presented by the Shoebox in Black Earth, the largest independent shoe store in the Midwest. Cuba City winning game number 1, 7-0, as Vossen deals the 2-1. Finds the strike zone. And that is out number 1. And now stepping into the box for Fennimore is number 3, Tyson Gerke. First pitch from Vossen. Outside for ball 1.
Gerke was 1 for 3. He had one of the 2 hits that Tyson Richard gave up in the first game. He was just really on the whole game.
Well, pitch for Vossen, swung on and missed for strike 1. 1-1 count to Gerke.
So they have changed up the lineup a little bit with Scheckler batting cleanup. Gerke was batting third and now is hitting second.
1-1 pitch is inside to make the count 2-1, and the on-deck circle is number 2, McCoy Miles.
In fact, they changed up the lineup quite a bit. They got the same guys in there, but just in different spots in the order.
2-1 pitch fouled off on the first base side. Count goes to 2-2. With 1 out, no score, top of the first inning in the second half of our doubleheader from Fennimore High School on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Our Tim Slack Auction and Realty co-game of the week.
You didn't feel like he was like they were swinging at bad pitches. He just didn't give him anything good to hit. He was just very in the strike zone the whole game.
2-2 pitch for Vossen is in there for strike 3. Nice pitch by Vossen. 2 away, top of the first, and now McCoy Miles steps into the box. Where's number 2? Bats right-handed.
In fact, you know how many walks Richard had in the game? None.
Wow.
The only runners were on an error and the 2 hits he gave up.
First pitch is low for ball 1. Kevin Vossen, a good start pitching for Cuba City in the top half of the first.
Miles was 0 for 3 in the first game, did reach on an error.
1-0 pitch high for ball 2. 2-0 count, 2 away, top of the first inning, no score. Cuba City winning game 1 is 7-0. Here's the 2-0. And this one hit into center field and settling under it, and it is caught for the 3rd out of the inning. So 3 up and 3 down. Now the Cubans up to bat, the bottom half of this first inning. No score, no runs, no hits, no errors.
And again, the Fuller's Milker Center starting lineup presented by Fuller's Milker Center. See Fuller's complete hygiene line and options for your brand new dairy setup or existing parlor remodel. Fuller's in Lancaster, Richland Center, and at fullersmilkercenter.com. Gavin Vossen, the pitcher, will lead off. Batting second is Tyson Richard, the shortstop. Those 2 guys just switched places. And then it is Andy Leffelholz, the catcher, batting third. Braden Joel, the first baseman, will bat cleanup. Henry Cruiser, the center fielder, bats fifth. Batting sixth, third baseman Taylor Venata. The freshman Peyton, he's not a freshman, he's a senior. He would probably be insulted by that. Peyton Calvert, the DH, will bat seventh, and he will bat for Elliot Cummins, the second baseman. And then Ethan Abrath is the right fielder. He will bat eighth, and then batting ninth, he is a freshman, Cameron Guler, and he is the left fielder. Defense, and now I have to look here for Fennimore because I forgot to write it down. Gerke is in left, Annan is in center, and Kinney is in right field. At third base, Yaki Fiedler. The shortstop is Starkey. At second base is Corey Dreesen. First base is Henkel. Behind the plate is Miles. And on the mound is Ethan Scheckler. And Scheckler, coming into this game as a pitcher, 1-0 with a 2 ERA and a .86 whip. He's pitched in 2 games, 7 innings, given up 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, no walks, and 13 strikeouts. If correct, this stands to be a pitcher's duel.
Seems to be the case, and Gavin Vossen sets himself into the box to lead off the bottom half of the first inning. Gavin Vossen, the starting pitcher today for Cuba City, as Scheckler gets ready to deal the first pitch. And a check swing foul back behind the plate. 0-1 count to Gavin Vossen. Game today also brought to you by Doolittle's Pub and Eatery in Lancaster. Follow them on Facebook for daily lunch specials. Doolittle's on the Square in Lancaster. The one pitch to Vossen. Fouls this one off. Down the first base side, out of play. 0-2 count. As Vossen aggressive on the first 2 pitches from Scheckler. Here's the 0-2. In the dirt. Almost hit Vossen in the head. And it will be 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Vossen leading off, and in the on-deck circle is Tyson Richard.
So the one change for Fennimore, Miles, the catcher, he has to because Scheckler, the catcher of the first game, is pitching. And they did change the batting order quite a bit, but the only changes for Cuba City are the flip of Richard and Vossen, shortstop and pitcher.
2-2 now the count as Vossen slaps this one into left field, and Vossen with a leadoff single. And Cuba City has a base runner on in the top half, or the bottom of the first inning. 1 on, nobody out. And Tyson Richard steps into the batter's box for Cuba City. Today's game brought to you by Timmerman's Talents of Platteville. Call Timmerman to find out how you can save. And by going green with Solar Solutions, Timmerman's Talents of Platteville and Timmerman's Talents LLC.com. As time is called. Tyson Richard having something in his back pocket that he needed to enough to the ump, and the first pitch is high for ball 1.
Temperatures dropped all the way from 61 to 60 degrees, and the wind southeast at 9, which again is supposed to be blowing in. It does not appear to be blowing in sitting where we are.
Well, sitting in the shade, 60 degrees feels different than it does 60 in the sun.
Well, the real feel on my phone says 57, so yes. And it will get colder than that before we're done.
Count is 2-0 to Richard. Looks at third pitch, and it is a called strike, outer part of the zone. Richard back into the box, runner at first. Swung on a miss for strike 2. Count goes to 2-2. And again, seeing how far Gavin Vossen is leading off at first. See how aggressive Cuba City going to be along the bases in the second half of this doubleheader. Here's the 2-2. It's inside, and the runner goes, and Vossen slides in safely as the shortstop unable to collect the ball at second base. So stolen base for Gavin Vossen. And we have 1 out. It was a swinging strikeout, beg your pardon. And a swing and a miss at the first pitch, strike 1. To number 2, Andy Levelholtz. Levelholtz chops this one back to the pitcher. Runner stays at second, throw to first. Is in time for the out. Now the runner takes off for third, and he gets there safely. So Gavin Vossen gets to third on the fielder's choice. And 2 away, but Cuba City with a runner at third. And number 13, Braden Joel, stepping into the box.
That was one of the few times, actually that is just the second time that they have gotten Lefelholz out, because he got on base 5 times in the first game, though not by hits, with one exception. He had 1 hit, reached on a fielder's choice, actually 2 hits with another infield single, then 2 fielder's choices.
Brady Joel looks at the first pitch, it's strike 1. Now the 0-1 pitch from Scheckler. And this one hit right into center field. That will score Vossen, and Cuba City's on the board with a 1-run single for Braden Joel. Cuba City 1, Fennimore nothing. 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning.
That was a nice piece of hitting by everywhere there. You get a base hit, steal a base, move over on a ground out, and then score up the middle for the 2-out hit.
Henry Cruiser, the lefty, swings and misses at strike one. Count is 0-1. Clare Bank with their 8 locations in Southwest Wisconsin, proud to support our community events. Clare Bank, where they say we can do that. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. A 1 pitch in there for strike 2, finding the outer part of the plate.
Cruiser 2 for 4 with a run scored and 3 RBI in the first game.
Scheckler gives the nod to Miles, now looks at first. Gets ready to deal the 0-2. Outside, ball 1. And the on-deck circle for Cuba City is Talon Venata. Here's the 1-2 from Scheckler. It's low for ball 2, just missed. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the first, Cuba City 1. Fennimore 0. Run scored off an RBI single by Braden Joel, who's at first, and Cruiser swings and misses at strike 3. So through 1 inning, Cuba City gets 1 run on 2 hits, and it's 1-0. Cuba City on top of Fennimore in Game 2 of our doubleheader from Fennimore High School. Game today brought to you by Breckler Insurance Group for auto, business, farm, home, health, and life insurance. See Steve Landowski at Breckler Insurance in Fennimore. Breckler Insurance serving Southwest Wisconsin for over 94 years. And my Doolittle's Pub and Eatery in Lancaster. Follow them on Facebook for daily lunch specials. Doolittle's on the Square in Lancaster.
I noticed that somebody rewrote the Breckler Insurance commercial because if I remember it, the first time I read it, it made it sound as though Steve Landowski had been serving Southwest Wisconsin for 94 years, which is not accurate.
Of course, his son Lucas, I believe, playing at UW Stout. One of the many Fennimore alums that are playing at the college level. It's a good follow on Facebook. The Fennimore Baseball Facebook page, giving updates on all the previous players that played for this program, playing at the college level. As we get ready to begin the top of the second inning. And here's the first pitch from Vossen. It's in there for strike 1. Ethan Scheckler in the box for Fennimore. On deck is Tyson Starkey. A 1 pitch, swung on a miss for strike 2. Nice breaking ball pitch there by Vossen.
You know, that win in the first game, Cuba City has now won 4 games in a row. And Steve Graber said during the first Rally Cheese pregame show he felt they were getting going, and 4 in a row would be a good demonstration of that.
2 pitches in the dirt for ball 1. The Butcher Shop in Fennimore offers top quality beef, pork, and chicken to fill your freezers. Short on time, don't forget to heat and serve barbecue beef and pork for great tasting meals. The Butcher Shop in Fennimore. 1-2 pitch, out and away for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ethan Scheckler leading off for Fennimore in the top of the second inning. Cuba City 1, Fennimore 0. Pitch from Vossen, inside for ball 3. Count goes full, 3-2. Gavin Vossen to this point, 17 pitches so far. Vossen gives the nod. Here's the 3-2. And a check. Did he go across? He did for the out. So 1 away in the top of the second inning. And that brings Tyson Starkey to the plate. Where's number 1? Bats right-handed.
We talked in the first game about the pitch count issue and how difficult it is to pitch a complete game. Of course, Tyson Richard did that, obviously.
First pitch, chop foul along the third base side, count is 0-1.
But think about it. You got 100 pitches. And if you go 2-2 and get every batter out, that's 100 pitches. Actually, that's more than 100 pitches.
Late swing on that pitch. Count goes to 0-2. Swinging strike for Tyson Starkey, and on deck is number 39, Wyatt Anand. 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Great breaking pitch by Gavin Vossen, two away, beg your pardon, in the top of the second inning. Cuba City 1, Fennimore 0.
Of course, if you're going to have an inning like that, it makes it much easier to get a complete game.
Our YouTube Game of the Week brought to you by Tim Slack Auction and Realty. Whether buying or selling, call Tim, Kathy, Chase, and their staff today. Tim Slack Auction and Realty of Fennimore and Lancaster. Swing and a miss by Annan for strike one. Kevin Vossen gives the nod, gets ready to deal. Here's the 0-1. In the dirt, goes behind the catcher. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It just occurred to me that about this time of year, what was that, 3 years ago, we were calling these two teams playing football?
Mm-hmm. And this one lifted into right field, and the right fielder closes in on it and able to close the glove on it for the out.
Before he fell down.
Wow, what a catch in right field. And that catch by Ethan Abrath. Wow, what a catch. And that ends the top of the second inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. And Cuba City still in the lead, 1-0. And the Cubans up to bat in the bottom of the second. Our game today brought to you by Subway with locations in Fennimore and Boscobel. They offer great tasting sandwiches, salads, and wraps to feed your family. Subway with locations in Fennimore and Boscobel. And Subs is now open in Platteville in the former Nutrition World location with a new larger selection and lower prices, including popular brands like First Form and NutriBio. Subs now open in Platteville. By H&M Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical, serving you in Fennimore, Lancaster, and Boscobel. Always on call and always the right call. H&M Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical, serving Southwest Wisconsin 24/7 since 1958. Our audio stream today powered by Anderson Weber Toyota in Dubuque. Anderson Weber Toyota, when you are ready. As the sun is now officially setting behind the bleachers and the shadows starting to cast behind us, and it is officially a cooler 60 degrees from our vantage point here behind home plate.
Not getting any warmth from the sun anymore.
Absolutely not. Not anymore. First pitch from Scheckler is in there for a strike. Talvanata leading off for the Cubans in the bottom of the second inning. Talvanata wears number 17, bats right-handed. Here's the 0-1 in the dirt for ball one. Community First Bank, for you in the communities where you live, work, and play. Experience for yourself the difference at Community First Bank, cfbank.com. Member FDIC. And for those wondering, we did have a swap of umpires behind home plate. 1-1 pitch is high for ball two.
So far, this guy is less verbal than the first game home plate ump, who was very entertaining.
2-1 pitch is outside for ball three. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Among other things, he suggested that a fan in the stands should take over for him as umpire, and he made a disparaging reference to his playing abilities. So I assume from that they know each other.
3-1 pitch is fouled down the third base side, and count goes full. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Talvanata.
Just in case you're wondering, it was not a hostile exchange at all. They obviously know each other.
Right. 3-2 pitch from Scheckler, swung on and missed for strike 3. 1 away in the bottom of the second inning. Cuba City still in the lead, 1-0. That brings number 32, Peyton Calvert, to the plate for the Cubans. Taps the plate with the bat. Steps in. Here's the first pitch from Scheckler. A speed pitch high for ball one. Papa Murphy's in Platteville and Prairie du Chien. Experience love at 425 degrees. Download Papa Murphy's app for specials and online ordering. Papa Murphy's in Platteville and Prairie du Chien. Second pitch is a ball. 2 balls and no strikes to Calvert. And in the on-deck circle, number 31, Ethan Abrath, who made that outstanding catch in right field to end the top of the inning, and that pitch way inside as Calvert had to duck away from that one. 3 balls, no strikes. Went out in the bottom of the second, and that is low for ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk puts a base runner on for Cuba City in the bottom of the second, leading 1-0. Cuba City getting 1 run on 2 hits. And now a base runner on for the Cubans with 1 out. And Ethan Abrath at the plate. Scheckler checks the runner at first. First pitch is in there for strike 1. In the on-deck circle for Cuba City is Cameron Guler. A 1 pitch. This one hit into right field. It's going to drop for a base hit. And the runner will hold at second. So Peyton Calvert and Ethan Abrath on base for Cuba City. Runners at first and second with 1 out in the bottom of the second inning, and the Cubans with a 1-0 lead. So the momentum from game 1 carrying over into game 2 so far.
Well, if you hit well, and that was a great hit to right field there by the right-handed hitting Abrath. That is exactly what you want to do with a runner at first base.
Here's the freshman Cameron Bueller. Swings and misses at strike 1. Scheckler checking Calvert at second. Now throws the pitch. On the way in, the runners take off. The runners will advance to second and third. And we'll see, is that a pass ball or a wild pitch? I think we'll score that as a pass ball. But count is 1-1 with 1 out to Cameron Guler. Guler chops this one down the third base side. It's fair. The runners will hold. The throw to first gets away, and the runners are going to advance, and 1 run will come across for Cuba City. Peyton Calvert scores, and runners at second and third, and Cuba City takes a 2-0 lead in the bottom of the second inning.
Well, their defensive issues from the first game have kind of suddenly returned here in this second ball game. That was a slow hit ball. It would have been difficult to throw him out, but you don't, in that instance, you'll take the infield single. You don't want to have what happened there.
Back to the top of the order with Gavin Vossen now in the box. Vossen looks at the first pitch. It's in there for strike 1.
Single, steal, and a run scored for Vossen in the bottom of the first.
0-1 pitch fouled back. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runners at second and third for Cuba City in a 2-0 lead. Tyson Richard in the on-deck circle for the Cubans as well. Here's the 0-2, and that one's way high, but great reaction by McCoy Miles, able to keep that one from getting behind him and potentially bringing in another run for Cuba City. Grant Regional Health Center's Ortho Dean, Dr. Brad Binsfeld, and Nate Stocco, PAC, provide exceptional care for sports-related injuries. Grant Regional Health Center experience the difference as this one is lifted into left field and giving chase. It is caught in the left field corner, and the runner will tag up and score. So Cuba City adds another run. It's Cuba City 3, Fennimore nothing with 2 outs in the bottom of the second inning. Good sacrifice fly there. And Cubans very efficient at the plate in both games 1 and 2. Tyson Richard now at the plate.
He struck out back in the first.
First pitch high for ball 1.
And so far, they've been able to take advantage of defensive issues the Cubans have, as they did in the first game.
And this one hit into the left center field gap, and that is going to drop. Guler's going to score for Cuba City. The throw back into the infield. It's going to be a double for Cuba City. And it's 4-0 Cubans on top of Fennimore in the bottom of the second inning. What a hit there by Tyson Richard. Now Andy Leffelholtz trying to keep the momentum going for Cuba City. Cuba City 4, Fennimore nothing. Cuba City getting 4 runs on 4 hits. Fennimore with 1 error on the game. Scheckler looking at second. Now here's the pitch. That one's inside. Leffelholtz has to duck away from it for ball 1. No pitch from Scheckler, swung and missed for strike 2. Or strike 1, beg your pardon. Count is 1-1. Runner at second for Cuba City. 1-1 pitch is low for ball 2. Russell Offices here to assist you as your local legal representation. Call for a consultation to discuss personal injury, estate planning, family law, criminal defense, probate administration, and more. Proudly serving southern Wisconsin. Russell Law Offices as this one's hit into left field, and it is going to be caught for the final out of the inning. Cuba City leaves a base runner stranded, but they get 3 runs across in the bottom of the second inning. It's Cuba City 4, Fennimore nothing. Fennimore up to bat the top half of the third. Myers Heating and Cooling, servicing Southwest Wisconsin since 1999. Myers Heating and Cooling, where they say, don't worry, we got this. And my Mound City Bank's total line of credit allows you to use the equity in your home to do the things you want. Step into Mound City Bank to apply. Offer subject to approval. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. Learn more at moundcitybank.com. Tyler Dictanson, Steve Prestegard with you from the Wolf Construction broadcast table behind home plate at Fennimore High School, our Grant Regional Health Center, and People's State Bank coverage of high school baseball presented by Myers Heating and Cooling, Myers Home Comfort Store, and Wolf Construction. The second half of our Tim Slack Auction and Realty co-game of the week. And Cuba City winning game 1 7-0 and off to a good start here in game number 2, getting 4 runs through 2 innings, and Gavin Vossen back on the bump for Cuba City. Today's game also brought to you by Broad Automotive in Fennimore. They're ready to help you get your vehicle ready for all your driving needs. Oil changes, batteries, brakes, tires, and more. Call Broad Automotive in Fennimore. We were talking in game number 1, Steve, about Cuba City's run to state in 2022, and what's funny is that you were there for the first postseason game for that Cuba City run, which was against Fennimore, and it was a 1-0 win for Cuba City on an unearned run, I believe is what you said.
Well, it was on a balk. When was the last time you saw a baseball game where the only run was scored on a balk? I think it was after a couple of walks, so they actually scored a run without a hit, and it ended up winning the game. That was, among other things, that game demonstrated how field conditions can affect a game, because Cuba City is one of the few ballparks that has kind of a reverse orientation from what you would think. In this park, for instance, we're home plate's on the northwest corner of the diamond, and so if you're standing at center at the plate looking out to center field, that's to the southeast. In Cuba City, the orientation is home plate's in the northeast corner and center field's in the southwest. So if the wind is blowing from the southwest, which in most places it would be blowing out, there it's blowing in.
Sean Yankee fielder swings and misses at strike 1. Count is 1-1, leading off the top of the third inning for Fennimore.
And so the only run they scored because the wind was blowing in. Meanwhile, in Mineral Point, which has the exact opposite orientation, southwest to northeast, the score was, I believe, 11-8. And Mineral Point had used 3 pitchers in that game. Cuba City was able to get through with 2. And the next day,
2-1 pitch popped up, foul on the first base side, and it's going to hook out of play.
Basically, Mineral Point ran out of pitching, and the Cubans won 13-3. So they won the regional, and it had a lot to do with the fact that they had a completely different game. Cuba City and Mineral Point are not that far apart, but it was, remember how windy it was that day?
Mm-hmm. 2-2 pitch to Yankee fielder is outside for ball 3. Count goes full, 3-2.
And of course, if you happen to be sitting behind home plate announcing the game, you had dust blowing in your face the entire day.
Brock Henkel in the on-deck circle for Fennimore, but here's the 3-2 from Vossen. And this one shot to the third base side. Great reaction, and the throw to first is in time for the out. Great play there by Talavanata at third. Closes his glove on it, throws it to first for the out. One away in the top of the third. Cuba City 4, Fennimore 0. And Brock Henkel steps to the plate, bats right-handed, wears number 11. 143 batting average coming into today, and the first pitch is low for ball 1. Rejuvenate with PRP in Platteville, specializing in platelet-rich plasma injections. Injury doesn't have to mean your season is over with Rejuvenate with PRP in Platteville. And this one popped to the third base side, going to hook foul out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody on with 1 out in the top of the third. Cuba City 4, Fennimore 0. Vossen gets ready to deal the 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Vossen gives the nod. Here's the 1-2. Low for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And of course, when we were at state covering Cuba City back in 2022, it was just incredible on the run that they went. Not just at state, but really the journey of the postseason as well, as the count goes full 3-2. They were the only unranked team in that final tournament at state, and yeah, it's just the team that just honestly didn't care what the situation was. They came through as a swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 away in the top of the third. Cuba City 4, Fennimore 0.
Well, they beat, let's see, the sectional semifinal game, they beat a pitcher who had an ERA of .18, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. And then they had the pitcher that they faced in the first game against undefeated Amherst. He had an ERA of like .60 or something like that, wasn't it?
Something along those lines. The pitcher against Deerfield, that's Cal Fisher, and I believe he's playing at Florida State, if I remember correctly. So that was a very impressive win for Cuba City against a stellar pitcher. 1 pitched. This one hit to first, and a line out will end at the top of the third. No runs, no hits, no errors. And we go to the bottom of the third. Cuba City 4, Fennimore 0. Today's game brought to you by Brian's Auto Body and Paint Specialists in Lancaster. The pros at Brian's get the job done right for unexpected dings or major repair projects. Brian's Auto Body and Paint in Lancaster. Game also brought to you by the Queen Bee Radio Sports SoundCloud page. Listen back to recordings of our previous sportscasts anytime and on demand at soundcloud.com/Queen Bee Radio Sports. You can hear the commentary from that state championship run for Cuba City from 2 seasons ago. We have over 600 games on our SoundCloud channel. You can also listen back to Fennimore Wrestling, their state title runs the last couple of years as well. Game today also brought to you by Bytech Resource Management, a greater way. Bytech Resource Management of Monroe. Carries seamless gutters and overhead doors at Belmont, Prairie du Chien, and it carries guttersanddoors.com. Sloan Implement, your official John Deere dealer in Bloomington, Cuba City, Montfort, and at sloans.com. Bouse Electric, call Brad Adrian and Josh Busher at Bouse Electric, Lancaster, and at Fennimore. And by People's State Bank for personal, home, business, and ag loans. Visit one of their area convenient locations or visit peoplesfinancial.com. Member FDIC. Bottom of the third inning, Cuba City up to bat. Braden Joel in the box. Looks at the first pitch, and it is in there for strike 1.
Of course, there was the great post-mortem to the whole thing, or the epilogue to the whole thing. After the championship game, a woman came up to Jeff Festina, the longtime Cuba City girls basketball coach.
As the 1-1 pitch is fouled off, count goes to 1-2.
And she said to him, well, I guess Cuba City is a baseball team now. And Jeff said, well, I don't think so, but Cuba City is a title town.
Yeah, someone who made the call in the final out mentioned something about Cuba City being a baseball town now, especially when Jerry Pettigrew was still in office, goes to 2-2.
Yeah, but I don't think he held it against you. And, look at what they've done the last couple of years.
2-2 pitch is hit into center field. It's going to drop. And another hit for Braden Joel. So a leadoff hit for Cuba City, gets a base runner on. 1 on, nobody out. Cuba City up 4-0. And Henry Cruiser at the plate for the Cubans.
I mean, you win a state championship. The next year you get to the final 8. That's what the sectional final is. That is hard to top. I don't know that there are very many teams that duplicated that.
Yeah, the game that got them to that sectional final, the matchup between Cuba City and Dodgeville, that was one heck of a baseball game as well.
Yeah, it was. 2 conference champions there.
No balls, 1 strike to Henry Cruiser in his second at bat of the game. And that pitch is outside for ball 1. Great reaction by Miles. Able to close the glove on that one and keep the runner at first.
And again, I just really like doing games at the Viroqua Park Bowl. I've done a couple of. One didn't turn out so well. I guess if you look at scores, they didn't turn out so well, but the setting is tremendous.
1-1 pitch is in the strike zone, barely finding the outer part of the plate for strike 2.
Because it is literally in a bowl, and you look out at the outfield, and there are houses up at the top of this hill that kind of rings the outfield. It's just a terrific setting.
1-2 pitch from Scheckler in the dirt. Great job by Miles again, keeping the ball in front of him. Keeps the runner at first. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Bottom of the third, Cuba City 4, Fennimore 0.
And again, we managed to not get the station vehicle hit by hit baseballs. They were there for 3 games, so managed to do that.
2-2 pitch is outside. Count goes full, 3-2. Yeah, my brilliant parking job in Viroqua nearly cost us a windshield. 3-2 pitch from Scheckler, swung on a miss for strike 3.
Obviously, the issue with busting a windshield is not necessarily getting it replaced, it's getting home.
Yeah.
Having to drive around this great big spider web of broken glass.
Yeah, it's not fun to try and do that at 60 miles an hour or whatever the speed limit is between Viroqua and Platteville. And the throw to first is not in time. 1-0 count to number 17, Talon Venata. 1 on, 1 out. Bottom of the third, Cuba City 4, Fennimore 0. 1-0 pitch is outside for ball 2.
But that Cuba City team, they had an answer for everything they faced. Whether it was runners on base, whether it was the pitcher, they were able to nibble out enough runs.
Pitch finds the zone that time, count is 2-1.
Remember that Amherst game where it was no score going into the 7th inning?
Yeah. 2-1 pitch. Inside for ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 on, 1 out. Cuba City 4, Fennimore 0.
And against a team that had, again, not lost a game going into state. They were the number 1 seed legitimately, but...
And Scheckler's pitch is way inside. It hits the calf of Talon Venata. Venata will reach base on a hit by pitch. So 2 runners on now for Cuba City with 1 out in the bottom of the third. That was pitch number 60 thrown by Ethan Scheckler, and Brett Scheckler wants to talk it over with his son.
And unfortunately for Fennimore, this 3rd inning was where the wheels started to come off in the first game, because it was in the right. Yes,
it was the 3rd inning.
Yeah, it was in the 3rd inning where suddenly the defense started to fail and the pitches accumulated. Are we going to see a different pitcher, or they're just going to? Yeah,
looks like Sean Yankee Fiedler, beg your pardon, will be pitching again. He pitched in the first game as well. So while he completes his warm-up pitches, we'll tell you that our game is brought to you by the Queen Bee Radio High School Sports Roundup, our weekly high school sports show covering everything in our area's high school sports scene, including highlights, recaps, previews, interviews, and more. A new episode to be determined somewhere in the next couple days on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube and SoundCloud channels. Our game also brought to you by Brian's Auto Body and Paint Specialists in Lancaster. Coming up in a bit, we'll have the Peterson Agency halftime report. Game today also brought to you by Breckler Insurance Group for auto, business, farm, home, health, and life insurance. See Steve Landowski at Breckler Insurance in Fennimore. Breckler Insurance serving Southwest Wisconsin for over 94 years. By Timmerman's Talents of Platteville, call Todd Timmerman to find out how you can save by going green with solar solutions. Timmerman's Talents of Platteville and Timmerman's Talents LLC.com. By Claire Bank with their 8 locations in Southwest Wisconsin, proud to support our community events. Claire Bank, where they say we can do that, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender. And we are in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 2 runners on for Cuba City. 1 out. And Cuba City trying to add on to that 4-0 lead in the home half of the 3rd. Again, Cuba City, the home team in the second half of our doubleheader here at Fennimore High School, because Cuba City was supposed to be the home team tomorrow night in the game that we were originally scheduled to broadcast. But game 2 of our doubleheader here from Fennimore High School. As the sun is officially set behind us, and there's a lot more shadows on the infield now. And here's the first pitch, and this one hit right back to second base. A flip to second for the force out. Throw to first. Is that in time? Yes, it is for the out. What a throw. And a double play to end the inning. So 1 pitch leads to a double play. And through 3 innings, it's Cuba City 4, Fennimore 0. What a throw from second. This is Great Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school baseball, presented by Wolf Construction and Myers Heating and Cooling on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Our Tim Stock Auction and Realty Game of the Week, or Games of the Week, as we should say, because this is a doubleheader that we have here on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Tyler Dutan and Steve Prestegard with you from the Wolf Construction broadcast table, back behind home plate. Great view, great setup. Thanks to Brent Scheckler and Jim Prohaska for allowing us to have the best view of the game back behind home plate. As Brent Scheckler nearly went on the IL for a brief moment there on a errant pitch. Game today brought to you by Doolittle's Pub and Eatery in Lancaster. Follow them on Facebook for daily lunch specials. Doolittle's on the Square in Lancaster.
Brent's got to be a little careful around home plate when he's going over to the third base coach's box. Casey Dreesen, by the way, is now at third base because Yaki Fiedler moved from third to the pitcher's mound.
Corey Dreesen leads off the top of the 4th inning for the Fennimore Golden Eagles, trailing 4-0. Cuba City getting 4 runs on 5 hits. And the first pitch from Gavin Vossen of this inning is in the dirt outside for ball 1. I believe that is pitch number 39. For Vossen so far in the game. Pitch number 40 is low for ball 2. Corey Drazen leading off the inning. Tyson Gerke in the on-deck circle for the Golden Eagles. 2-0 pitch. In there, finds the strike zone. 2 balls, 1 strike to Corey Drazen. Housen gives a nod, throws the pitch. It's low for ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike.
I'm pretty sure this is the first time he's ever been down with 3 balls on anybody so far. He just blew through the first trip through the batters.
That one's low for ball 4, so Fennimore's leadoff batter reaches base on a walk.
First base runner.
That brings Tyson Gerke to the plate. And in the on-deck circle is number 2, McCoy Miles.
Gerke struck out in the first.
1 on, nobody out, top of the 4th. Cuba City 4, Fennimore 0. Here's the pitch from Vossen. Low and away for ball 1.
At the moment, he seems to have kind of lost the strike zone a little bit.
Yep, and a time called as the shortstop for Cuba City, Tyson Richard, goes to chat with Vossen. Tiny's Tire and Auto in Dickeyville. Call the only hooker in town for 24-hour towing service at 568-3014. That's 568-3014. Your home for excellent car care is Donnie's Tire and Auto in Dickeyville. 1-0 pitch, out and away for ball 2. Now Vossen losing command a little bit here. Here's a 2-0. That one's inside and does find the strike zone. 2 balls, 1 strike. To number 3, Tyson Gerke. 1 on, nobody out. 2-1 pitch. Inside, but in the strike zone. 2-2. Top of the 4th inning, almost halfway through the second game of our doubleheader here at Fennimore High School. Here's the 2-2. Off-speed pitch fouled off on the first base side. Count stays at 2-2. Krantz Auto Parts of Fennimore, your local hardware Hank and Napa dealer. See Rob Krantz and the crew at Krantz Auto Parts for full service repair on cars and light trucks too. Krantz Auto Parts of Fennimore. So gives a nod. Here's the 2-2 again. That one's high for ball 3. Count goes full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 1 on, nobody out. Top of the 4th. Cuba City leading 4-0. Got won game 1, 7-0. And it's been a pretty efficient day for Cuba City.
Oh, they can get through 2 pitchers, yes.
And that pitch is low for ball 4, so that draws a walk. So the first 2 batters that Vossen has faced in the top of the 4th have reached base on walks. And now stepping into the box for Fennimore is number 2, McCoy Miles. And on deck is number 23, Casey Drazen.
Miles flew out to center in the first inning. This could get a whole lot more interesting, though, if the Eagles are able to turn this into runs.
First pitch is in the strike zone for strike 1, finding the upper third of the zone. Kevin Vossen looking at second, now deals the 0-1. Inside for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Oh, by the way, the NFL draft is tonight.
Who are the Bears going to get?
What's that?
Who are the Bears going to get?
1-1 pitch swung on a miss for strike 2.
The savior of the franchise?
Allegedly, this time.
Well, it was supposed to be Justin Fields. Before that, it was supposed to be Mitch Trubisky. Before that, they traded to get Cutler, Jay Cutler.
1-2 pitch in the dirt. Gets back behind the catcher, and the runners will advance to third, second and third. And this is the biggest threat that Fennimore has had in either game so far. 2 balls, 2 strikes to McCoy Miles. Vossen looks down, now gets ready to deal. Pitch number 55 for him coming up. Here it is. And this one shot to the third base side. It'll be fielded by Vanetta, but it is foul.
Well, they have to do something, the Bears do, to create some buzz to get public support for their $4 billion stadium proposal.
Now, I heard about it, but is it a full-blown dome, or does it have a retractable roof?
It is a dome with a glass roof, apparently.
Why? Here's the 2-2 pitch. This one hit right to short, and the throw to third for the double play. Wow! Tyson Richard with the catch at short, and the throw to Vanetta to third, and 2 quick outs for Cuba City. And boy, Gavin Vossen gets out of a tough jam, but still a runner at second for Fennimore.
Well, Drazen, I think I don't know if he maybe didn't see it, or he was kind of a little far off of third base there. And that's why he got to be on the tail end of the double play.
Casey Drazen fouls off the first pitch. Count is 0-1. The runner at third is Tyson Gerke for the Golden Eagles. Again, 2 out, 1 runner on. Cuba City still leading 4-0. Here's a pitch from Vossen. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
It could be a little hard to see if you're an infielder or a base runner on the infield because the field is kind of sort of in shadow, basically from the pitcher's mound over to the first base dugout, but then there's sunlight for the rest of it.
Gerke had a pretty nice leadoff, but Mawson calls the bluff.
Second and third in the pitcher's mound are in the sunlight, but the rest is in shadow.
And that pitch is high for ball 1. Count is 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 1 runner on for Fennimore in the top half of the 4th inning. Cuba City 4, Fennimore 0. Cuba City 4 runs on 5 hits. Swanson deals the 1-2. This one tapped foul. Or did he catch it?
Yes, he did.
Wow, what a catch! And what a way to end the top of the 4th inning. A really bizarre.
He showed it to the umpire. It's like, hey, I got it. That's an out.
Yeah, that might make the subs.com highlight reel. We'll see if we can pull that up for the high school sports roundup on our next episode. So we are at the Peterson Agency halftime report presented by the Peterson Agency in Argyle. Brian Peterson specializing in home, farm, auto, and umbrella policies. Cuba City 4, Fennimore 0. Cuba City again 4 runs on 5 hits. And Fennimore no runs yet. They have 1 error on the scoreboard. Gavin Vossen, a solid outing so far. 60 pitches thrown through 4 innings of work. And back on the mound for Fennimore is Sean Yankee Fiedler, where he came in relief of Ethan Scheckler, only threw 1 pitch. That led to the double play that got Fennimore out of the bottom of the 3rd inning. But so far, it's been Cuba City dominance in this doubleheader so far. Again, Cuba City winning game 1, 7-0, and out to a 4-0 lead to begin game number 2 of the doubleheader. And now stepping into the box is Ethan Abrath, number 31. And then Cameron Guler will be in the on-deck circle.
Yeah, for the 3rd inning, for whatever reason, has been the bad inning for Fennimore today. Or actually, it was the 2nd inning, come to think of it, in this game. It was the 3rd inning in the first game, the 5 runs with 3 Fennimore errors that contributed mightily to that.
This is our Tim Slack Auction and Realty Baseball Game of the Week, or Co-Game of the Week.
Game of the half week?
Something like that. First pitch to Ethan Abrath, turns away from it for ball 1.
This is what happens when you do a doubleheader.
1-0 pitch in the dirt before it reaches home plate. Count is 2-0.
Now, if it wasn't for the meat sticks, we'd be worse off.
Those meat sticks were good.
They were.
Very good.
And I had a piece of the spicy jerky also that was very good.
2-0 pitch finds the strike zone. Count is 2-1. Inner third of the plate. And Abrath hits this one foul along the first base side. It's going to hook out of play.
Cuba City today does not look like a team that came into this game just 4-3. They've played very well today so far.
Pitches outside, count goes full. 3 balls, 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter in the bottom of the 4th, Ethan Abrath. And here's the pitch. It's high for ball 4. Leadoff batter gets on base for Cuba City. 1 on, nobody out. Cuba City 4, Fennimore 0. And Cameron Guler steps into the box for Cuba City. And then in the on-deck circle is Gavin Vossen. We'll go back to the top of the order. Shows bunt, and it's fouled back behind the catcher. No balls, 1 strike.
Do you have an opinion about Williams versus J.J. McCarthy? Or Drake May, or whoever the...
As long as the Packers aren't picking one of them, I don't really care where they go. 1 pitch is outside.
Well, It just feels to me that the Bears have more problems than quarterback. And I don't think they were worthy of the number 1 draft pick because Justin Fields played bad. They got a lot of holes. And I don't know.
0-2 pitch popped up, and it's going to go back behind us and about, 20 feet away from potentially being on the IL for one of us.
I think it was closer to you. So.
Yeah.
But again, I don't want to have to figure out how to shut everything down and take everything down and all that.
Kind of still 0-2. Here's the pitch. It's in the dirt for ball 1. 1 on, nobody out in the bottom of the 4th inning. Cuba City 4, Fennimore 0. Game number 2 of our doubleheader. Big thanks to Tim Slack Auction and Realty for being our Game of the Week sponsor, helping us bring regular season baseball and softball games. And this one fouled back again. And that one hits the aluminum in the other stand, a little further away from us this time.
That wasn't a danger at all for us. That was the behind the seat, the behind home plate seat. Well, right, we are. That would be the between home plate and first seats.
Yankee Fiedler deals, and that one's way high, but great reaction by Miles, able to keep that one from going behind him and keeps the runner at first. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So the batter, Cameron Guler, and then in the on-deck circle again, Gavin Vossen. Yankee Fiedler deals, that one's inside for ball 3. Count goes full, 3-2. Was an 0-2 count just a bit ago, now it's full. Great patience by Guler. Here's the 3-2. Outside for ball 4. So Cuba City with 2 base runners with nobody out in the bottom of the 4th. And with a 4-0 lead, and time is called as McCoy Miles wants to talk it over to Sean Yankee Fiedler. Today's game brought to you by the Butcher Shop in Fennimore. They offer top quality beef, pork, and chicken to fill your freezers short on time. Don't forget the heat and serve barbecue, beef, and pork for great tasting meals. The Butcher Shop in Fennimore.
Not an easy commercial to read right now, is that?
I know there's a lot of great proteins to choose from for that. Again, the meat sticks that we were having earlier, those were really good. That hit the spot. Gavin Vossen back at the plate for Cuba City with 2 runners on. Runners at first and second. And here's the first pitch. Breaking ball pitch. Finds the strike zone on the other part of the plate for strike 1. A 1 pitch. Finds the strike zone. Top part of the zone for strike 2. Pitch number 18 coming up for Yankee Fiedler. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and that's the first out in the bottom of the 4th. And the first pitch is a ball to number 1, Tyson Richard.
Richard drove in one of the 3 runs in the 2nd inning with a base hit.
1-0 pitch is in the dirt, and the runners are going to take off. So runners at 2nd and 3rd now. 2 runners in scoring position for Cuba City with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th, and Cubans with a golden opportunity to add to their 4-0 lead.
Been a little rough for the catcher for Fennimore today, whether that was Scheckler in the first game or Miles in the 2nd game.
2-0 pitch. In there for strike 1.
It's tough enough being a catcher as it is, just
right.
Instead of having to dive for balls and chase them and so on.
2-1 pitch. In there for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Tyson Richard with 2 runners on. Runners at 2nd and 3rd. Here's the pitch. in the dirt for ball 3. Count goes full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Richard steps back into the box. And time called. Sean Yankee Fiedler was getting ready to deal. Now play resumes. Here's the pitch. That's high for ball 4, so the third walk of the inning. It's up by Sean Yankee Fiedler. Bases are loaded for Cuba City with 1 out. And Andy Leffelholtz back at the plate for Cuba City, and time called by Fennimore.
Leffelholtz with a comebacker to the pitcher in the first and then a fly out to left in the second, but with bases loaded, 1 out, he could bust this thing wide open with a hit.
Today's game brought to you by Subway, with locations in Fennimore and Boscobel, offering great tasting sandwiches, salads, and wraps to feed your family. Subway with locations in Fennimore and Boscobel. Tim Slack Auction and Realty, whether buying or selling, call Tim, Kathy, Chase, and their staff today. Tim Slack Auction and Realty of Lancaster and Fennimore.
They're going to change pitchers again? Yeah, it looks like they just turned the lights on, I think.
Which is welcome, with the
well,
amount of shade that's suddenly taken over in the infield.
It'll eventually be helpful, yes.
Yes.
Hinkle, by the way, who pitched in the first game, is now coming in to pitch, which means we'll have a different first baseman.
Again, we're in the home half of the 4th inning, which is Cuba City batting it in the home half. Cuba City, the home team in the second half of the doubleheader here from the Fennimore High School, Grant Regional Health Center, and People's State Bank coverage of high school baseball, presented by Wolf Construction, Myers Heating and Cooling, and Myers Home Comfort Store. And Hinkle pitching again. I didn't tally how many pitches he threw in the first game. I'm curious if they'll put those pitching stats back on the scoreboard.
41, maybe? That sound right?
It's somewhere in that neighborhood. It sounds right. But he inherits a mess. Runners on all 3 bases, and the first pitch is hit to third. A tag out to third, and then a toss to second for the second out. Or actually, no, the runner didn't get tagged out at third, and a run comes across, so Cuba City gets another run across. It's 5-0. And runners at the corners for the Cubans. Brendan Joel back at the plate. First pitch to him is in there for a strike. Cuba City 5, Fennimore 0. And this one popped foul. Skied up and back, and it snowballs 2 strikes to Braden Joel. If he reaches base, I believe it's Vananda in the on-deck circle, and the pitch is inside for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Actually, I beg your pardon, it's going to be Henry Cruiser in the on-deck circle.
Bad Henry, as we mentioned in the first game.
And that pitch is high, and the runner from first will advance to second, so runners at second and third now. 2 runners in scoring position again for Cuba City with a 5-0 lead in the bottom of the 4th. Already got 1 run across in this 4th inning. The only inning that Cuba City hasn't scored so far has been the 3rd, which was the inning that they blew the game open in game number 1.
I think Casey Drayson is now at first base. He was over at third, or no, he came in to pitch, so I think he went over to first.
Yeah,
and
Corey
Hinkle-
Drazen, number 29, is at first.
Yeah, and then Hinkle obviously went from first to the pitcher's mound.
Now here's the 2-2. To Joel, off-speed pitch. It's inside, and the count is full again.
That's where they were supposed to have that on the Jumbotron out in center.
Right. 3-2 pitch is high for ball 4, and another walk loads the bases again for Cuba City. 3 on, 2 out, bottom of the 4th. Cuba City 5, Fennimore 0. Henry Cruiser stepping into the plate, batting lefty. And waits the pitch from Hinkle. And he swings and misses at the pitch that's in the dirt, and the runner comes across. He slides, he is safe, and the ball gets away. The runners will advance again. So Cuba City gets another run across. It's 6-0 Cuba City. With runners at second and third. With 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. Again, waiting for the dust to settle. Back behind home plate. And that pitch is in there for strike 1. Actually, the runner was out. So the score is still 5-0. I must have missed the call. And it's a little dusty, but scoreboard remains 5-0. And there's 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th.
The 2 umpires are talking about something, and I now have to wonder what that is.
Yeah, they were discussing the count. It is 0-2. Henry Cruiser at the plate for Cuba City. If he reaches base, we will see number 17, Talon Venata. Play resumes as Hinkle gets ready to deal the 0-2. Delivery in there, and a called strike 3. Cruiser doesn't get the bat off his shoulder. And through 4 innings of play in the second game of the doubleheader, it's Cuba City 5, Fennimore 0. Cuba City 5 runs on 5 hits. But a lot of walks dealt in the bottom of the 4th. Fennimore up to bat in the top of the 5th. 4 walks in total.
Well, even with that, the story really has been the pitching, I think, for the Cubans. Obviously, Tyson Richard had a great first game. Gavin Vossen hasn't given up a hit yet. Gave up 2 walks in the 4th, but got 2 of them out on a double play, and so he's only faced 1 batter more than the minimum. And I think he's on pace. You can never tell for sure, but I think he's on pace to be able to finish the game.
Yep, he's at 60 pitches so far as Gavin Vossen as he gets ready to pitch in the top of the 5th. Again, Cuba City 5, Fennimore 0.
He would have to average, hang on a second, 40 divided by 3, 13 1/3 pitches per inning. I don't know what a third of a pitch is, but
yeah, I don't feel comfortable doing math on the radio, but on YouTube I'm completely fine. The game today brought to you by Sups. They're now open in Platteville in the former Nutrition World location with a new, larger selection and lower prices, including popular brands like First Form and NutriBio. Sups now open in Platteville.
It's a bad idea for me to do math on or off the radio,
right,
frankly, or at a broadcast outlet.
Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school baseball presented by Wolf Construction, Myers Heating and Cooling, and Myers Home Comfort Store on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel as we creep on our 4th hour of coverage of baseball here at Fennimore High School. The first
Got it working now?
Yeah, it looks like our mixer decided to bail out on us, so our apologies for that.
And it's plugged in, too.
Yeah.
What's with that?
Go figure.
Huh. Well, while we were fixing that, a line out to short and a ground ball back to the pitcher. So quickly 2 outs. And ball 1 to Yankee Fiedler, who grounded to third back in the 3rd inning. Is it working?
Yes. 2-0 pitch is low. 3 balls, no strikes. Kevin Vossen looking to throw a strike here. Here's the 3-0. It's low for ball 4. So Fennimore gets a base runner on with 2 outs in the top of the 5th.
That's the only base runners he's allowed is by walks.
And it looks like I must have been right earlier because they did add a run to the scoreboard, so it is 6-0 Cuba City. Yeah, I thought the runner was safe at home, so they did score it right on the scoreboard. It's 6-0 Cuba City. And the 0-1 pitch is outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Brock Hinkle, number 11. And the on-deck circle is number 17, Reese Ammon. 1-1 pitch, hit foul down the first base side, just about a foot out of play. Cuba City getting 6 runs on 5 hits. Now here's the 1-2 from Vossen. That one in the zone for strike 3. And that will end the inning. So we go to the bottom. We're still in the bottom of the 5th inning now, I believe. Scoreboard said that a run came across in the 5th.
Yeah, that's not right. In fact, if you look, there's a run there, but yeah. Yeah, the problem is that home is Fennimore, except only because we're in Fennimore, because Cuba City's the home team of the second game.
No, it needs to start changing.
A hair confusing.
Everything about this day has been kind of confusing. We weren't supposed to be calling games today. Here we are calling 2 of them, and but yeah, it's been a fun day so far. Cuba City having a great day.
I think they're fine with doubleheaders from this point on.
Well, to this point, they've scored 13 unanswered runs on their conference rival. These were the co-champions of the SWAL last year.
Actually, Fennimore has another doubleheader coming up next week on the 30th. They will be taking on Iowa Grant. They had one of their games, I think, early in the month rained out. Or maybe it was snowed out, now that I think about it. So either way.
Today's game brought to you by H&M Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical, serving you in Fennimore, Lancaster, and Boscobel. Always on call and always the right call. H&M Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical, serving Southwest Wisconsin 24/7 since 1958. And Rejuvenate with PRP in Platteville, specializing in platelet-rich plasma injections. An injury doesn't have to mean your season is over with Rejuvenate with PRP in Platteville. Book a consultation today on Facebook. And by Papa Murphy's in Platteville and Prairie du Chien. Experience love at 425 degrees. Download Papa Murphy's app for specials and online ordering. Papa Murphy's in Platteville and Prairie du Chien. Leading off for Cuba City in the bottom of the 5th is Talon Venata. In the on-deck circle is number 32, Peyton Calvert. Cuba City 6, Fennimore nothing. And the first pitch of the inning finds the strike zone in the inner part of the plate for strike 1.
And as numerous Brewers announcers have said during the old days of the Twilight single games. Whoa.
And another hit by pitch. And Cuba City gets the leadoff runner on a hit by pitch. So 1 on, nobody out in the bottom of the 5th.
As I was saying, the lights are about to take hold here. Do you remember the old? Of course, it's kind of with a dome stadium. They don't have that exactly anymore, but they've kind of massaged the start times of Brewers games. They start earlier than they used to.
Peyton Calvert looks at the first pitch. It's high for ball 1.
In fact, in the old County Stadium days, I think for the first month or so, they started home games at 6 o'clock or 6:30 maybe it was. And then they had 7:30 starts once, I think, after daylight saving time.
Aki Fiedler threw to first a second ago, and the 1-0 pitch is fouled off. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And now they're kind of like 6:40 starts typically, aren't they?
That's what it seems like. It's either 6:40 or 7:10, somewhere in there.
I suppose that depends on the degree of TV that's on, if they're on Fox Sports 1 or not.
1-1 pitch is inside for ball 2.
Except Saturdays when they're on at 6.
Runner at first for Cuba City. And the 2-1 pitch finds the strike zone, lower part of the plate, or lower part of the zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Peyton Calvert. 1 on, nobody out. 6-0 lead for the Cubans in game number 2. That pitch is a ball outside. Count goes full. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, that game Tuesday really looms large now, doesn't it, between Mineral Point and Cuba City?
3-2 pitch is inside for ball 4, so another base runner on for Cuba City. The first 2 batters that come to the plate get on the base. Runners at first and second with nobody out. In the bottom of the 5th, Cuba City with a 6-0 lead, and now at the plate is number 31, Ethan Abrath.
Because in that game on Tuesday, I don't know what Mineral Point did today. They were losing to Darlington in the first game, but certainly the Cubans will be going in with a 5-game winning streak unless the wheels fall off here.
A 1 pitch to Abrath. He looks at that one, and it is outside for ball 1.
Keep in mind the first time those two teams played, which was back on April 8th, Mineral Point won 1-0. And that was at Point.
1-1 pitch is outside. 2 balls, 1 strike to Abrath, and on deck is number 3, Cameron Guler for Cuba City. Cubans with a 6-0 lead. And that pitch way inside. Abrath has to back away from it. But it's called a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That was a very late strike call.
And that's a nice sell job by Abrath, but he lifts this one into right field, and it drops fair along the foul line. And the runners will advance to second and third, so the bases are loaded for Cuba City yet again with nobody out in the bottom of the 5th. And Cuba City with a 6-0 lead. And a big hit from Cameron Guler could blow this game even more wide open.
And he's been on base twice. Walk in the 4th, error, and scored in the 2nd.
First pitch is going to be fouled back, and it's going to go back behind us, far enough away from us where it's not going to hit either one of us, count as 0-1.
And actually, now that I think about it, he did score that second. He did score in the 4th inning. That was that play at the plate that we thought they'd called him out, and then, no, actually they didn't.
Anderson Weber Toyota in Dubuque powering our audio stream. Anderson Weber Toyota in Dubuque, when you are ready. Count is now 1-1. Last pitch outside the zone for ball 1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That one high and outside again for ball 2. Game also brought to you by Community First Bank. For you in the communities where you live, work, and play. Experience for yourself the difference at Community First Bank. CFBank.com. Member FDIC. The 2-1 pitch way inside and low. Almost hit him on the foot. 3 balls and 1 strike. To number 3, Cameron Guler. And a ball brings a run in for Cuba City. 3-1 pitch is outside for ball 4, and a runner is walked in. And Cuba City adds to their leads. Cuba City 7, Fennimore nothing, the same score from game 1. Here in the bottom of the 5th with bases loaded for Fennimore, and Coach Brent Checkler wants to talk it over with his team again.
Well, they got the top of the order coming up, and a well-placed ball could end the game at this point.
Really? Myers Heating and Cooling, servicing Southwest Wisconsin since 1999. Myers Heating and Cooling, where they say, don't worry, we got this. And by Mountain City Bank's total line of credit allows you to use the equity in your home to do the things you want. Step into Mountain City Bank to apply. Offer subject to approval. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. Learn more at MountainCityBank.com. Grant Regional Health Center's ortho team, Dr. Brad Binsfeld and Nate Stocco, PAC, provide exceptional care for sports-related injuries. Grant Regional Health Center. Experience the difference. And my Russell office is here to assist you as your local legal representation. Call for a consultation to discuss personal injury, estate planning, family law, criminal defense, probate administration, and more. Proudly serving Southern Wisconsin. Russell Law Offices. Hinkle deals the pitch, and it is in there for strike 1. Kevin Vossen at the plate for Cuba City. Tyson Richard in the on-deck circle. Cuba City 7, Fennimore nothing. Bottom of the 5th, swing and a miss, strike 2. Bases loaded for the Cubans. Here's the pitch from Hinkle. High for ball 1.
See somebody driving past, you don't think they're going to do a parade to interrupt the game, do you?
I want to check to see if the Fennimore golf team has made it to state. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, but the ball gets down. And that's will be an out. And that's the first out of the bottom of the 5th inning. Cuba City leading 7-0. Game number 2 of our doubleheader. That was the same score as game number 1.
You know, the scoreboard with the sun down is more visible, and it occurs to me, how many high school scoreboards do you see runs, hits, and errors, and the pitch count? That's great. Very helpful for us announcers.
Yeah, Fennimore definitely does it right scoreboard-wise. Oh, 1 pitch, and this one hit into the right center field gap. It gets down. 1 run will come across, and the runners will hold. So only 1 run gets in on what could have been a potentially game-ending hit to the outfield, but great recovery by the Fennimore defense. Runners or bases are still loaded for the Cubans in the bottom of the 5th. Cuba City 8, Fennimore 0. 3 on, 1 out. And Andy Leffelholtz at the plate. Leffelholtz looks at the first pitch outside for ball 1. Hinkle now at 37 pitches on this game. Looks at first, now deals, and that hits the batter Leffelholtz. And that will bring another run in for Cuba City. It's now 9-0.
And Aberth has 3 runs scored today.
It's Braden Joel at the plate.
Joel scored drove in the first run of the game at a base hit in the first, and could end it here.
If we are in the bottom of the 5th, the potential 10-run rule, unless Fennimore can pull out a double play and keep this game alive.
Joel's been on base twice, excuse me. Also a walk in the 4th inning.
Yeah, the infield playing shallow. As this one is chopped over to third. The throw home for the force out, and the throw to first hits the base runner. And a base runner slides home. That's Tyson Richard. And that will end the game. So Cuba City wins as the umpires are conversing. Oh, it's runner interference. Okay. So we still have action yet as the officials converse, and they say runner interference on the throw to first. So the game is still alive, we think. And now Coach Graber set to talk with the officials. Now, I will say, when I saw the throw to first, it did hit the runner on the back of the helmet, I thought. If that's runner interference, I don't know what could the runner have done differently?
Well, would you believe a World Series game once ended like that?
I could believe it.
Well, it's actually one of the great stories in baseball history. 69 World Series, which had the Miracle Mets. And, of course, this has now completely messed up my score sheet because I had the 10th run written down, and now it's an out. But nevertheless, it's 9-0 after 5 innings. You want to read some of those, and then I'll tell us.
Well, just to reset, we are now going to the 6th inning. It's 9-0 Cuba City on top of Fennimore. And, our game today brought to you by Breckler Insurance Group for auto, business, farm, home, health, and life insurance. He's Steve Landowski at Breckler Insurance in Fennimore. Breckler Insurance serving Southwest Wisconsin for over 94 years. After the game, we'll have the Culver's Cool Down post-game show presented by Culver's in Dubuque, Galena, and Platteville. Pick out a tri-core turning point. Which, how crazy would it be if that runner interference keep this game alive and Fennimore goes on a crazy run? Just...
The Jumbotron's out. We can't see it. Now people are asking us.
I'm going to check the messages on my phone to see if someone can give us a clear indicator. If someone says it was...
Oh, don't start that again.
First pitch to Hinkle. I believe that's Hinkle at the plate. Let's see here. 1-0 pitch is down low. It's actually number 17, Reese Amon. And the on-deck circle is number 29, Corey Drazen.
Yep, 9-1-2.
Count is 2-0 to Amon, and it's outside for ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Top of the 6th inning, nobody out, and that was a really bizarre sequence to end the inning. We thought the game was over, but runner interference keeps the game alive. 9-0 Cuba City on top, and the count goes to 3 balls and 1 strike to the leadoff hitter in the top of the 6th, Reese Amon. Pitch from Vossen is high and inside for ball 4, so a leadoff walk. Gets a runner on base for Fennimore.
That's his 4th walk, and those are the only runners he's allowed, his walks.
Corey Drazen now at the plate for Fennimore on deck. is number 3, Tyson Gerke. Austin deals, and this one ripped to the third base side. Great reaction by Venata. Throw to second is in time. Throw to first won't be in time. But a great reaction by Venata to get his glove on that one. Gets a fielder's choice for the first out. Still a runner at first for Fennimore. One away in the top of the 6th. Cuba City still up 9-0.
So here's what happened in the 4th game of the '69 World Series. Game was tied going into the 10th inning. And a catcher, Jerry Grody, led off with a double. And they put a pinch runner in. And then as the pitch is a strike, 1 ball, 1 strike. And the 1-1 hit foul, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runner at first is Corey Drayson, 1 out. 9-0, Cuba City. And that is hit to center field and well, but in left center, making the catch is the left fielder Guler, 2 out. Ball was hit hard, but Guler was able to come over to left center to make the catch. Miles has flown out to center, lined out into that double play in the 4th inning where the bases loaded. That helped keep this game scoreless on the Fennimore side. That ball in the dirt, and that will move Drayson to second base on the wild pitch. 1 ball, no strikes. Are we working here? Is it working?
So we lost power to our power strip, so our laptop is at about 50% battery, so hopefully we have enough juice to get us through the end of the game, as this one is a slow roller foul.
So is that the reason that the
Yes,
mixer box
yeah, that's why we lost that. So
you plug into a plug-in right next to the fuse box and you lose power? How's that possible?
I would ask the question, but I don't know if I want to know the answer.
Well, maybe it blew a fuse.
1-1 pitch is low for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to number 2, McCoy Miles. Runner at second for the Golden Eagles with 2 outs in the top of the 6th. And the 2-1 pitch fouled back to make it 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs.
So at any rate, Jerry Grody doubled, put in a pinch runner. The 8th batter walked. So it's first and second. They decided to bunt. And the player who bunted
that pitch is high for ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
He pitched it. He hit it back to the pitcher, who then threw it to first to get the bunt out, but hit the batter in the back, and the ball deflected into the infield, and the running run scored.
McCoy Miles stays alive following that one back. Count remains 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And from having seen it a lot, I can tell you that he was more out of the baseline than that was, from what it appeared to be the case here.
Here's 3-2 from Venata. That's high for ball 4, so Fennimore gets another base runner on. Runners at first and second with 2 outs in the top of the 6th.
That's the 5th walk, and again, every base runner has been by the walk for Fennimore. That's it. They have not gotten a hit yet.
And that pitch is low for ball 1.
And unlike in the first game, Cuba City's played error-free baseball in this game.
Casey Drazen at the plate for the Fennimore Golden Eagles. 1-0 pitch in there for strike 1. Nice pitch by Vossen, who's now at 90 pitches. Hoping to stay scoreless in this inning. And that pitch is out and away for ball 2.
Well,
Scoreless inning here, and a run across in the bottom of the inning will give Cuba City the win. Two one, foul down the first base side, and count goes to 2-2. Today's game brought to you by Claire Bank with their 8 locations in Southwest Wisconsin. Proud to support our community events. Claire Bank, where they say we can do that. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Great pitch by Vossen. And we go to the bottom of the 6th inning with Cuba City leading 9-0. Cuba City with 9 runs on 7 hits so far on the game. And the Cubans, if the scoreboard is correct, no hits. So they've thrown a no-hitter in the second game of our doubleheader.
Now Tyson Richard threw a 2-hitter in the first game. After what, if you're Cuba City, I have to think you're going to play for one run for the obvious reason. You're up 9-0, and they might play this inning just like if you were in a tie ball game in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Timmerman's Talents of Platteville. Call Todd Timmerman to find out how you can save by going green with solar solutions. Timmerman's Talents of Platteville and Timmerman's Talents LLC. .com. Again, after the game, assuming that we have enough battery power, we'll get you the Culver's Cool Down post-game show presented by Culver's in Dubuque, Galena, and Platteville. Also, a Tricor Turning Point brought to you by Tricor Insurance. Insurance plans built for you, your family, and your business. Contact Tricor Insurance today. Again, 9-0 the score. Cuba City on top. On our Grant Regional Health Center People's State Bank coverage of high school baseball presented by Wolf Construction, Myers Heating and Cooling, and Myers Home Comfort Store. Our Tim Slack Auction and Realty Baseball game of the week. Just as a reminder, coming up on Tuesday, we will see the Cuba City Cubans in action again against Mineral Point. Again, the Pointers off to a hot start on their season, fresh off the state championship in boys basketball. And then next week for softball, our game of the week, another fun matchup next Friday, Cuba City at basketball. This is going to be a fun one. Get to see Greta Grassel in action for basketball in her senior season. She will be a Bulldog when she graduates from basketball because she's going to go to Mississippi State, play for the Bulldogs down there.
Well, that's handy. It was either that or Georgia, right?
Right.
Or Gonzaga. I don't even know if Gonzaga has softball, but I mean, she's clearly one of the best softball players that has ever played this area.
No doubt.
And basketball hosts the sectional, so it is kind of like the window of opportunity this year.
Yeah, Cuba City and basketball played, I believe it was the regional final last season. And the season before that, basketball 1 game away from going to state. They were undefeated heading into the sectional final against Horicon. Well, actually, it was 27 games and 6 innings before Horicon basically bunted their way to a 2-1 win over the Bulldogs. Horicon, a powerhouse in Division 5 softball, or Division 4 softball, beg your pardon. Warming up for Fennimore, it'll be number 39, Wyatt Annan. Again, Cuba City 9, Fennimore 0. Cuba City just needs to get 1 run across in the bottom of the 6th to close this game out. And again, we will apologize in advance if the stream decides to go down. The power strip behind us lost power, or the fuse box did. I'm guessing the power went out when the lights came on, so maybe that's what happened. But the first pitch is high for ball 1. Henry Cruiser at the plate for Cuba City. left-handed batter. And the 1-0 pitch is a ball. 2 balls, no strikes. Quick check on the shoebox scoreboard. NFL draft news, a shocking draft pick. We'll tell you about that in just a second. The 2-0 pitch is fouled off. The Atlanta Falcons drafting Washington quarterback Michael Penix Jr. after signing Kirk Cousins to that mega deal.
Really? Seriously?
Make it make sense. I don't know.
Who do they think they are, the Bears? I mean, remember Mike Glennon and then drafting Mitch Trubisky? Of course, the Falcons do have a better quarterback history than the Bears do.
Nice one recently, and Henry Cruiser gets hit on the side, so he will reach base to lead off the top of the 6th inning. Again, Cuba City 9, Fennimore 0. That will bring number 17, Talon Venata, to the plate.
Of course, saying that the Falcons have a better quarterback history than the Bears, that is a rather low standard after all, but
we'll see. We'll see what the preseason hype for the Bears looks like post-draft.
And meanwhile, also on the shoebox scoreboard, Brewers beat Pittsburgh 7-5 on AM 1590 WPBL this afternoon.
1-0 pitch is high, 2 balls, no strikes to Talon Venata.
And of course, we've mentioned this before, that there are very few certainties, absolutes, but we do know that there are a few. The sun rises in the east every day, sets in the west every day, and Aroldis Chapman will inevitably give up a really bad home run. Say to Gary Sanchez in the top of the 8th inning that ended up winning the game for the Brewers today.
3-0 pitch is away for ball 4, so 2 runners on for Cuba City, and the game-winning run is at second base for Cuba City. Again, the 10-run rule would be in effect. We'll see if Peyton Calvert can bring it home for Cuba City. Looks at the first pitch, eye level, ball 1.
Calvert's been on base all 3 times today.
The 1-0 from Annan is high for ball 2.
Well, fortunately for Fennimore, they can reset all of their pitching after today because they don't play again until Tuesday when they will be playing River Valley. That helps also for Cuba City, same thing.
And this one going to be chopped to short, and he can't handle it to throw to first. Does not get the out, so the bases are loaded for Cuba City, and the game-ending run is at third base with number 31, Ethan Abrath, coming to the plate.
And he's scored 3 times today. He's been on base all 3 times.
So no room for error for Fennimore at all at this point. First pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. Where did that ball break at the last second? No balls, 1 strike to Abrath. Bases loaded for Cuba City, 9-0 lead, and the 0-1 pitch fouled back for strike 2. And after the game, Culver's Cool Down post-game show. And we'll pick out a tricor turning point. 0-2 pitch is outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes to number 31, Ethan Abrath. Looking to be the last batter of this game. Here's the pitch. Outside, or called strike 3. Harder part of the strike zone. And that's the first out. And that is a huge out for Fennimore because a double play will keep the game alive. As the first pitch to number 3, Cameron Guler, is outside for ball 1.
And he has been on base all 3 times also with a pair of runs scored.
1-0 pitch is high for ball 2. We were talking earlier about both these teams kind of being in the lower half of the conference standings coming into today, but boy, does Cuba City's confidence have to be really high heading into a big matchup with Mineral Point coming up on Tuesday. We'll have that game again on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel.
Well, Steve Graber said he wanted to get his offense going. I'd say he definitely has done that today.
2-1 pitch outside for ball 3. Ball 4 ends the game. And it looks back. Delivers. This one popped up to the first base side. And the right fielder closes in. And the ball drops. The run comes home. And Cuba City gets the 10th run. And the game is over. The final score, Cuba City 10, Fennimore 0. In the bottom of the 6th inning. Cuba City wins both games of the doubleheader, winning 7-0 in game number 1 and scores 10 runs in game number 2. 17 runs Cuba City brought across between both games and holding Fennimore scoreless in both games as well. What an impressive showing by the Cuba City Cubans here today. Our Culver's Cool Down post-game show presented by Culver's of Dubuque, Galena, and Platteville. Let's try and sort out a Tricor Turning Point, brought to you by Tricor Insurance. Insurance plans built for you, your family, and your business. Contact Tricor Insurance today. I don't know if it was really a turning point in this game that kind of turned it in favor of Cuba City. It was just kind of a continuance of the dominance that they had in game number 1, but there was...
Well, here's a thought. You remember that they had bases loaded, Fennimore had bases loaded and nobody out in the top of the 4th inning. And yeah, it was 4-0 at that point. But if Fennimore scores, they make a ball game out of it. But remember that line-out double play that kept the. It was a line-out to short, and then the throw to third base to pick off the runner at third base. And suddenly it's got 2. You got 2 out, and then they got the 3rd out, and Fennimore kind of never threatened after that.
Yeah.
And the other thing that ended up doing a few innings later was preserve Gavin Vosson's no-hitter because, yes, he did not give up a hit today. 5 walks are the only runners that Vosson gave up today.
Yep, so both coaches talking about they wanted to get their offenses going. Cuba City certainly did that. Fennimore still looking to do so. Again, Fennimore's next game will be on the 29th at River Valley. That'll be a Monday game, and then for Cuba City, their next game at home against Mineral Point, and that will be a very fun matchup. We will have that game right here on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. That'll be our Tim Slack Auction and Realty Baseball game of the week, weather permitting.
Well, it should be all right next week, I think.
It should be. Yeah, but then, of course, we will pick up softball next Friday as well. Cuba City at basketball, a big-time matchup in the Swall in that one, as well as our regular season coverage of baseball and softball continues. And I was talking with RJ Osterhaus the other day, and I believe that this is like the first time in 15 years or so that Queen Bee Radio has covered regular season baseball or softball, something along those lines.
It's less than that because I did it, but it's been like a decade. That I know. So it's been a while, and we understand that people really like the stream. We've seen that.
Yeah. Yep, definitely. Well, thank you for sticking with us for 4.5 hours of high school baseball here from Fennimore High School. Cuba City wins game 1 7-0 and wins game 2 10-0 in 6 innings. Thanks again to Brent Scheckler and Jim Prohaska at Fennimore High School for helping us get set up here for today's baseball doubleheader. Thanks to both coaches, Coach Graber and Coach Scheckler, for the pregame interviews that happened in game number 1 of our coverage here this afternoon. Thank you to all of our sponsors who help us bring high school sports to you, and thank you for listening and watching along. This has been Grant Regional Health Center and People's State Bank coverage of high school baseball presented by Wolf Construction, Myers Heating and Cooling at Myers Home Comfort Store on the Queen Bee Radio Sports YouTube channel. Again, the final scores in our baseball doubleheader: Cuba City winning game number 1 7-0, and Cuba City winning game number 2 10-0 in 6 innings. Reminder, on Tuesday we will have Cuba City hosting Mineral Point in our baseball game of the week next week. And then in softball next Friday, we have Cuba City at Boscobel. For Steve Pressegard, I'm Tyler Duktanis from the Wolf Construction broadcast booth. Thank you so much for joining us, and good night from Fennimore High School.